as the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025, and the sponsor later requested the addition of 3 honorable members as co-sponsors. And I heard him mentioning some names, Davis and so Opoku. So I was thinking that if it will find favor with you, those names could have been captured as part, even though it will be in the Hansard, fine. So, but if those names had been captured here, it would have been
Honorable Kinsley-Nyarko, what are you correcting?
I'm suggesting an addition of those names that he mentioned that are missing from here.
Yes, Honorable Kinsley-Nyarko, there are implications for it. So what is here, we should take it to be correct.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Then the second paragraph, the fifth line, whether the bill complies with relevant constitutional provisions after the committee unanimously confirmed the bill's compliance with constitutional requirements. I suggest that the definite article D must be inserted to make it the constitutional requirements. Because if you leave that definite article, constitutional requirements could be any other constitutional requirement. So I am suggesting that there should be the insertion of D, so that it is the constitutional requirements.
They are capturing what the Right Honorable Speaker said. It is his note that is being captured. That's why I ask, what then are you correcting?
You know, Mr. Speaker.
Because if that is what he said and is captured correctly by the vote and proceedings.
No.
For instance, if our visitors give us their names in writing and same has been captured the way it is furnished in this particular house, and it goes into the vote and proceedings. Why should we be correcting that?
Speaker, I'm not doubting what you are saying, and I'm not saying that what is captured here is a mistake, but there could be a genuine omission. I'm just saying that we could cross-check. For all you know, there is a genuine omission.
Omission from the table office?
It could, at times it happens. You can ask Camilo. At times there are omissions. At times there are additions.
So I will direct the table office to look at it. Yes?
Speaker, my point is that the Honorable Kinsley-Nyarko knows that this is a verbatim production of the Speaker's opinion. You can only make amendments to the last paragraph, which says the Right Honorable Speaker directed. So this is a narrative. But the verbatim production, unless you have a replica of the statement Speaker produced, then you can say that the definite article of there is missing. Otherwise, the table office is accurate in capturing the way it is.
I'm saying that they could cross-check to be sure whether I'm right or wrong. This is no injury. There is no injury, just an observation. And it's a harmless observation.
Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Kinsley-Nyarko.
Mr. Speaker, normally what I've observed in this House is that when a question has been programmed and the person in whose name the question stands is not available to ask the question, it is captured on the votes and proceedings. Yesterday, Honorable Ajin Sam was not here to ask his question. question number 528, and I was thinking that it should find space in the other paper as question that was not asked. Thank you.
Well, I was not in the chair. What was the direction of the speaker?
In fact, the speaker proceeded to the next question. Because I had made...
So, if the speaker proceeded to the next question, the speaker did not direct that the question should be recaptured. Why are you faulting the vote and proceedings?
The speaker, at times, what I hear speakers normally say is that because the answers are provided, it should be considered as asked.
Yes.
But in this case, no direction came from the speaker.
Yes.
But the question was not asked.
So the vote and proceedings, you want it to capture that the member is absent and not available to answer the question?
No, what I've observed in this house is that when it happens, that question on asked.
So on this note, what was the direction from the speaker to be captured by the vote and proceedings?
But the question was not asked, so obviously it has to be...
So if there was no direction, there is nothing to be captured.
So what happens to the question that was not asked?
Well, that is not for me to answer.
Oh, no.
It's for business committee to take note that this question has not been answered. Therefore, so once there is no direction from the speaker, you want the vote and proceedings to capture it as if there was a direction from the speaker?
The speaker, I wouldn't debate you on this issue because you are colossus on this matter. But what I've seen in this house is that when a question is not asked and the member is not available, normally it is captured on the votes.
No. Normally what happens is that the speakers can direct, and then the direction may take 3 or more forms. They will deem it to have been asked, and then the answer published in the other paper should be transmitted to the member. The speaker can decide to be silenced. Speaker can direct that once the member is not here to ask the question, it is forfeited. But in this case, there was no direction on it. So we'll leave it for a business committee. So once there is no direction on it, what are we expecting the vote and proceedings to capture, which has not been captured,
Speaker,
which we need to correct?
Mr. Speaker, you know, you are the speaker. I wouldn't want to prolong this debate, so I'll yield to your final determination. Thank you.
Yes, majority chief whip.
Speaker, by practice, the member whose question is advertised and answers provided, but for some reason the question is not answered on the floor, by our rules, you are supposed to take note. You are supposed to take note. So you take note. So you approach the table office, and because the answers are provided, and the answers will feature in the Hansard. So you take note. If you have any issue, you come back with another question at another time. But normally the direction will come. But once the direction didn't come, it is up to the member to take note of the question as of yesterday. Now what he can ask is that Speaker should give direction going forward in matters such as this, whether the direction should be expressed, because it didn't come. So you can't insist that it should feature in the votes and proceedings as of yesterday. That's my view on this matter.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think what Honorable Professor is trying to draw our attention to is within our practice, when question is asked and answered, it is if the member is not present to verbally ask the question, then what I know and think is that because the answer was provided on the other paper, and because it's not an agent question, if he's not there to verbally ask it, it is presumed that it is being asked. But yesterday, we noticed, my chief whip noticed that he was not in the chamber, and he has asked me to, somebody was given the authority to ask the question. So chief whip told me that he has given the authority to the person to ask the question. So what I'll tell Prof is that since the answer was provided in the other paper, and then the speaker didn't give any further directive, it means that the question has been asked, transmitted to the ministry. The ministry then responded to the question. So we'll make a follow-up with the table office to see if they are going to re-table or not. But other than that, we can just make progress, Mr. Speaker.
Correction of vote and proceedings. The vote and proceedings is a summary of what happened on the floor of Parliament. So if on the floor of Parliament there was no direction, there is no way by which the vote and proceedings will capture a direction. The usual thing have not happened. You understand? Did not happen in the sense that normally if you are not going to be available, you authorize another MP to ask the question on your behalf. In this case, the question was called, no authority, the member was not there, and there was no direction. So the vote and proceedings cannot go on its own, giving direction which did not happen on the floor of Parliament. So in correcting the vote and proceedings, let's take note of what actually transpired in Parliament, and if that has not been accurately captured, then you can raise it. Page 13. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just a minor correction in question 503 and 504 as it is in the votes and proceedings. If you look at the name of Mr. Chineboa Kodua, if you look at 470, I think the correct spelling of Fukuo is there, F-O-K-U-O. But if you look at 503 and 504, it is spelled as Fukuya. So maybe table office will want to look at the O and the A. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, table office, take note of the correct spelling. Page 14. Yes.
Speaker, the chairman for the Health Committee, Dr. Ket Nawani. Nawani is NA, so table office should take note. They inserted an N. It's Nawane. And consequentially, on 15 as well.
Very well. Table office, take consequential note. Page 16. Page 17, page 18, 19, and 20. Yes, page 19.
Speaker, briefly, page 19. Thank you. Item 2. Roman numeral 3. After Ohini, let's delete the word there and insert Frimpong. Thank you.
Table office, take note. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 10th February 2026, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have two official reports. The official reports of 3rd February and 4th February. Let's first correct the official report of 3rd February 2026. Honourable members, it is for your correction. Any corrections? Honourable Stephen Namwa, are you up to correct the vote and official reports? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 3rd February 2020. The official report of 3rd February 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Then, official report of 4th February 2026. Honourable members, is for your correction. Any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 4th February 2026 is also adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Deputy
Speaker.
Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority
Mr. Speaker, I just made some observation in the chamber, and I could see that the majority Chief Whip is in a smoke, and many of our colleagues from the majority. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Speaker said something that he doesn't want us to recite the pledge again because what comes out of our mouth is not corresponding with our action. And Mr. Speaker, smoke is a traditional wear. And if you want to wear it, you have to wear it properly. Look at how the Member of Parliament for Nalelgo Gambaga, Honorable Nuruddin, you wear it, Mr. Speaker, and when you dress, you put the hat. The majority chief whip is not properly dressed in the smoke. The Minister for Youth and Recreation is not properly dressed. So, Mr. Speaker, if you want to obey the directives of the President, and for that matter, we should promote Ghanaian wear, you should do it properly. Even our doyo and our women, you could see how Zweda was wearing his own thing. Professor Alidu is properly represented, and there are meanings to how you wear the hat. There are some directions if you put it. There are some directions, Mr. Speaker, in wearing the hat. There are some directions that if you put it and you are not careful, traditionally you will not live to see the next day. Others are of spiritual nature that when you put it, and I could see that some of them are trying to tell us that there is nobody close to them. And when you wear, yes, that's the meaning of some of the hat that you wear. You should be able to copy what Honorable Nudin is wearing. Mr. Speaker, your friend is the chief of smokes in the northern region. I know that your good friend, the Yana installed chief of smoke, is your friend. So when you dress properly. But the majority chief whip cannot dress like this. The deputy, look at how Honorable Zweda is dressed. So my good friend, cannot be dressed like that. Mr. Speaker, they are abusing the wearing of smoke. They are abusing it. They are not properly dressed.
Don't forget that I am the son of Yana. On this occasion, you are completely out of order.
The best way to defend is to attack.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, what exactly is the First Deputy Minority Whip saying? That there's a formula for wearing the smoke, which is common to which traditional area? Please. Which is common to which traditional area? I am saying you are urging on us a certain standardized formula of wearing the smoke, and I'm saying accustomed to which particular traditional area? No. So you see, in my traditional area, in Tongochanakpe in South Dine, this is how we wear the smoke. Please, this is how we wear smoke. Oh, are you saying smoke is only accustomed to your traditional area? Is that your thinking? What you call smoke or fugu or batakari is accustomed to my traditional area. This is our batakari. This is how we wear it. And you are seeking to edge on us. From Tolong, your practice in Tolong. So Mr. Speaker is completely out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Either now, this is a Voltairean. Look at how he's dressed. This is a Voltairean. Look at how he's dressed. He's from Bono. Look at how he's dressed. Look at Zweda from Savannah. Look at how he's dressed. Ask your majority leader. Ask the majority leader. If you are wearing smoke, you must wear it properly. So don't abuse the directive of the president. And when you want to obey the directive of the president, obey it holistically.
Don't obey it partially. So when you want to dress properly. So
Honorable Habib,
tomorrow, if
I rule you out of order.
Ask your friend.
Please, I said you are out of order. The dress that you are putting on, if he please the person wearing it, he can put on hat. But that doesn't mean that you are putting it on without a hat means that you are improperly dressed. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication? Majority Leader, any indication?
Speaker, that is so, please. Speaker, that is so. Speaker, may I urge you that we take item number 6. We take 2 important statements. Speaker, my prayer is that we'll take the first one, and then there is one that is commemorative of today being the newly declared National Fugu Day. And so a statement from a member has been recommended for admission so that it can be taken on the floor. So, Speaker,
Honorable Member,
yes.
The statement admitted.
Mr. Speaker,
are spelled out here.
Mr. Speaker,
which one?
Mr. Speaker,
we
are
prioritize?
The first one. Mr.
Very
Speaker,
well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, the Chief Whip is suggesting that we take the first statement as advertised. We have the second statement that stands in the name of Dr. Stephen Amoah. I suggest we take the 2 statements. We take the 2 statements. We take the one that stands in the name of the Honorable Intosu, then after which we can proceed to take the one that stands in the name of Dr. Stephen Amoah. So 2 statements should be taken for now, after which we can decide whether to proceed to take questions or not. So for the Whip to mention only one statement is unfortunate. So we start with that. We start with yours, the one you mentioned. Well, actually, you mentioned the first one. Yes, so we start from there and we proceed to the second one. So we take 2 for now. Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. So we're taking 2 statements.
My prayer is that we take statements. We take the first one as advertised, but we have one that is commemorative of today being the newly declared National Fugu Day. So my prayer is the second statement will be that one. We've recommended it to you for admission. I believe that if it's not been admitted, Mr. Speaker, I will yield. And then we'll take, then we'll take the first 2 as advertised, then we can move to the other businesses. That's all I'm saying.
See, honourable members, statements are admitted for processing. So anytime a statement is admitted, the statement will have to be processed. And the processing means that it goes through the requirements and captured on the order paper. So if the statement is not on the order paper, probably the statement has not been processed.
Speaker, in this House, we've often agreed to disagree. I don't have a problem Roxanne, I don't have a problem if we have to take the one on the Fugu commemorative. No problem. But let's take the first 2, which is advertised, Speaker, in your own words. Then after which, we can take the commemorative one. That'll be fine.
Yeah, so clearly, we are taking 3 statements for now, including the one that is not processed but admitted. Very well. We have the first statement standing in the name of Honorable Helen Adjoa Ntoso, Member of Parliament for Karachi West, on Volta Lake disaster. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make this important statement on a heartbreaking incident that occurred in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this happened last year, but my statement has now been admitted. Mr. Speaker, a tragic accident occurred on October 11, 2025 on the Water Lake at Okuma, an island community in the Karachi West constituency, which claimed the lives of 16 individuals, including 11 children. Mr. Speaker, the boat, which was carrying over 20 passengers, traveling from Okuma to Debume to attend the funeral of a beloved one, regrettably capsized. Preliminary reports suggest that overloading and poor safety measures may have contributed to this devastating tragedy. This heartbreaking event has left families and the entire community in deep mourning. Our hearts and prayers go out to the bereaved families and all those affected by this irreparable loss. The sole survivors of this tragic incident are a young lady and her baby. In a family of 9, she lost both her parents and all her siblings. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Maritime Authority has since launched an investigation into the incident, while the government has given some support to the affected families, including the payment of funeral expenses. The Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, has also visited the community to express her condolences and also donated life jackets and other relief items to the victims, families, and survivors. The CEO of Engineers and Planners, a Ghanaian businessman, a philanthropist, Mr. Ibrahim Mama, in a prompt response, donated 200 life jackets when the incident occurred. My gratitude goes to them, not forgetting the Oti Regional Minister, the Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization, the Minister for Transport, staff of the Ghana Maritime Authority, and all the security agencies for their prompt response. Mr. Speaker, this painful tragedy serves as yet another reminder of the urgent need to enforce strict safety standards on our waterways. We must ensure that boats are not overloaded, that operators are properly trained and licensed, and that every passenger wears a life jacket before boarding. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to once again make a passionate appeal to the government, corporate organizations, benevolent individuals, and NGOs to come to the aid of the people of Karachi West by donating more life jackets to our island communities and other settlements along the riverbanks, whose only means of transportation is by water. The supply we currently have is woefully inadequate. Many of my constituents rely on the Water Lake for daily transportation, trade, and access to education and healthcare facilities. Equipping them with proper safety gear will go a long way in saving lives. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I urge all community members, boat operators, and all users of water transport to strictly adhere to safety protocols when traveling on our water bodies. No life should be lost again because of non-compliance with basic safety rules. Together, we can build a culture of safety and responsibility on our waterways. May the souls of the departed rest peacefully in the Lord, and may their families find comfort and strength during this difficult time. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me.
Member, thank you. Statement is ably made. It is now for comment. Leadership. Having regard to the number of the statement that we have, how many contributors do we take?
Speaker, we propose that we do 1 plus leadership 2 per each statement.
Very well. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine with us.
Yes. So, Honorable Matthew Nyindam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statements ably made by my auntie. Mr. Speaker, my sympathies to the family that lost lives on this voter lake. Mr. Speaker, I know statements are not supposed to generate debates, and I hope my contribution towards these statements doesn't generate a debate. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that the Ministry of Transport and the Voter Lake Authority pay very less attention to people who travel by the lake. In a sense that, Mr. Speaker, if you take the stretch, Karachi to Kejeji, Makango to Yeji, from Lonto to Yeji, Dambai, all along Katari, that stretch. Mr. Speaker, most of the people who live along these areas, their main transport, the main transport they use, Mr. Speaker, is the boat. But unfortunately, these people travel without any protection. And sometimes they stay on the lake for almost 3 hours. 3 hours on the lake. Some of the boats are such that they can carry over 50, 100 people. No regulation, nothing. The authorities see them, they look at them unconcerned, but when disaster like this comes up, Mr. Speaker, we'll be here to make statements, we'll be here to complain. Authorities will go in, donate 1 or 2 things, and then that ends the story. The following day, Mr. Speaker, the same thing happens. So I want to urge the Ministry of Transport and the Voter Lake Authority that they should take much interest. Because the interest that the attention that we give to these committees, Mr. Speaker, is very poor. It's so poor that if we as a nation don't put in measures to support the individual, because, Mr. Speaker, it is privately owned. Government do not have any direct intervention when it comes to the use of the voter lake, apart from the pontoons that run from one end to the other. When it comes to the boat, it is privately owned. And because it is privately owned, government do not give much attention to these areas. She just spoke about the life jackets. Mr. Speaker, most of the people that uses the lake do not put on their life jackets. Some don't even have it at all. They don't even have it at all. So I want to urge that in as much as we want to contribute, in as much as we want to sympathize with families who lost their dear ones to this accident, I will pray that, Mr. Speaker, when this statement ends, let's get the Ministry of Transport to come and see or tell this House how best they can support these private boat owners to give life jackets, if for nothing, life jackets for free. And then get some control and monitoring. You don't just give the jackets and that ends it. You give the jackets and put in measures to make sure that those people who bought these pontoons or who bought these boats make use of them. And if we all put in some of these measures, I am very positive-minded that we will save lives instead of coming to the floor to contribute and mourn people who lost their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Doyo. Are you on your feet?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for, for the opportunity.
I hope you are not Honorable Doyo. Nevertheless, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my senior colleague, the member for Karachi West. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have our constituencies bordering the Volta Lake, we wake up every morning and pray that we don't get a phone call from the constituency announcing a boat crack, a boat drowning, or a boat capsizing, because it's become the bane of our people. Mr. Speaker, when this particular crash happened and I heard about it, the first thing I did was to call my constituency, my municipal chief executive, to find out whether there were any people from my constituency on the boat. So he in turn placed calls to his colleague in Karachi West and reassured me that we had not suffered any casualties. Mr. Speaker, the reason is our people travel along and nearly share borders with Karachi West. And some of the constituents from Karachi West live in my constituency and vice versa. So when these things happen, it's not about the people of Karachi West only. It's about all of us. Any of our relatives, our friends, our associates could have been on that boat that day. And so it brings home the need for us to do something about this situation that keeps recurring. Not too long ago, we received one statement from Honorable Bidzidin. The same thing had happened around his constituency. And so I think we need to begin to look at holistically what we can do to arrest this situation. I have said that I think the Ghana Maritime Authority should begin to look at deploying speedboats, safety boats, so that they are at hand immediately disaster strikes to offer assistance to the victims. You can travel the whole stretch of the Volta Lake from Dambai to Kijewu and not see one single form of assistance for the users of the lake. And all these communities, at the end of the day, is their only mode of travel. They carry their goods, they carry their children. In some of the lakeside communities that don't have schools, they ferry their children on boats to the next community with a school. Some of the communities don't have clinics. When a woman is in labor, they have to ferry the woman across the lake to the nearest community that has a clinic. So there's a whole developmental gap around this area of the Volta Lake. And I think that is about time that all of us make concerted efforts to look at how to bring relief to our people. It shouldn't be the case that when our people get on the boat to cross to the next community, we are apprehensive. We should be able to relax and know that they are safe and that they'll get to their destination and come back home. And that brings to mind, Mr. Speaker, the quality of the boats on the lake. Because they are privately owned, as my colleague said, no one pays attention. Some of them, we use it a lot, Mr. Speaker. Your MPs, when we go campaigning, we go visiting our constituents, we are sitting in the boats on the lake. And you find a child with a bucket and a cup scooping water because there's leakage and water is getting into the boat. So if anyone loses attention and the water collects in the boat is going to sink. We need to begin to look at the quality of boats on the river. We need to look at a licensing regime that will have a full protocol of assessments that boat owners must provide and physical inspections undertaken before they are licensed to operate on these lakes. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to the honorable member for Kratchi West to thank all the people who came to the aid of the victims and to her aid, because invariably, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, it ends at the doorsteps of the MP. The MP has to bear the medical cost, the cost of burial, the cost of evacuating the bodies. And so once we get people to support us, we want to show appreciation and pray that they will keep giving us more in order to help our people along the lakes. The people who live along the Volta Lake are Ghanaians. They pay taxes.
Remember, let's observe Order 93.5.
And so
the comment must not exceed 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Government needs to pay attention to them and find a way of mainstreaming them into the developmental agenda of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, let me show solidarity with our colleague for the statement made, but I'm reliably informed the incident occurred some 3 months ago. But it's still important to show solidarity and share in the pain of the victims of the constituency. Many of the regrets and views expressed by members are identified with same, except to add that, for instance, the white Volta, the black Volta, and the Volta Lake serves as a very important means of transport. So that elsewhere in many parts of the world, such means of transport has been developed and serve as a reliable, so to speak, means of transport. But in our parts of the world, we often take things for granted. And so the Ministry of Transport, for instance, comes in wake. And it's regrettable that most of these facilities we have on these water bodies don't have life jackets. Don't have life jackets, and they are basic facilities that should be found on these facilities. So it's not a matter we have to belabor. We should be revolving around reasons why life jackets and such safety measures cannot be upheld, because no one can ever justify why these safety measures are not upheld on these transport facilities. And we keep losing lives every now and then. So I think the duty bearers would have to respond to this matter and track it down once and for all. Accidents that occur as a result of a compromised safety measures are things that we cannot toy with, and eventually leads to loss of lives, loss of properties. I think it's high time we draw the lines and draw the curtains on these concerns. So it's important. It's very important. Honorable, our hearts go out there to you. We can't inflict pains on our people, and on the other hand, we come to show regret and call for paltry sums of money or support to be given to affected victims where these accidents could have been avoided. So, Speaker, not to belabor the point, we must call on all the duty bearers, particularly the Minister of Transport, and all the parastatal bodies who are involved to let it be a thing of the past, and for us to bring finality to this needless and avoidable accident that occurs on our water bodies. The last time I recall, the Honorable Big Zidane had a cause to present a statement in this house, and it was on the white volta, and many lives were lost. So, the Honorable Toso, our hearts go out to you, but we should use it as a springboard to inflict on other occurrences that are occurring on the white volta, the black volta, and other water bodies we have in our country where these accidents are occurring every now and then, and to deal with it once and for all. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minority Chief Whip. Yes. Yes, Minister for Sports, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to make some few comments on the statement made by our colleague, the MP for Karachi West, on this disaster that happened last year. Speaker, like other members have indicated, this is not the first time we are experiencing such an occurrence. It happens, we come, we make statements, and after that, it ends there. What is clearly necessary, Speaker, is the need to formalize water transport in this country. Like some members have indicated, water transport is supposed to be the safest and the most reliable in many countries. Unfortunately, in Ghana, it's not the case. Either we have failed to remove the stumps that needs to be removed so that the path can be so safe for them, or the boats that they use are so outmoded and are not water-worthy. Speaker, in the same way that we take our vehicles to DVLA checkpoints, examination points, for these vehicles to be examined for renewal of what? Licenses and roadworthiness. Same must apply to the boats, so that there's a system to check whether these boats that use to carry persons from one point to the other are truly waterworthy, just like we do for vehicles. Speaker, in most cases, enforcement is also key. But do we have enforcement systems at the riverbanks where they start from? Sometimes no. If we have MTTD officers on our roads that deals with road transport, should it not be the case that we should be having something on our water systems also that will be checking this, and possibly even have water patrol units? Communication. If you come to aviation, there's always a tracking of every flight that moves from one particular airport to another. What happens to the boats when they are on the water bodies? Who checks where they are moving? Who gives them the weather readings to know that this is the weather situation on the lake you are going to be moving on? So it is important we formalize the system. But I'm happy, Speaker, that the Minister for Roads and Highways and Government have commenced serious steps to have bridges over 3 critical water bodies: Oti Bridge, Volivo, and that of Echi-Amanfron and Adoso. That's a great step. And I believe that we should begin to extend some of these services also to our normal water transport system. We truly empathize with the families that have lost their loved ones and the 2 surviving ones. Sometimes you ask yourself, these are times when you ask yourself whether it was good you are alive or you should have joined your family. To lose 9 family members Sometimes you ask yourself, should you leave or you should just join them? I know what they will be going through. It may not be enough just to give them some goods and services. We must extend psychological help to them. Clinical psychologists must be provided for them because they will be going through a lot of what? Trauma. But Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is to also make sure that we enforce rules. Some persons will refuse to wear life jackets. They will tell you either it is dirty or it has been worn by somebody else, so I don't want to wear it. Any person boarding a boat, whether you know how to swim or not, there's a need to insist that you wear a life jacket. So it's not enough to mobilize that we need more, but we must make sure that they wear them, and because it protects their lives. We need to formalize, once again, Mr. Speaker, water transport system. It will take off even the pressure on our roads. And for communities that do not have such rules to use and they use water system, this is the only way we can save them. I don't pray for any member, Speaker, to come and make a statement yet again about such losses. We want to formalize the system. We want to make sure we insist and that people will do what we expect them to do when we donate some of these life jackets to them. And I wish to thank all donors, especially also the Vice President who made time to attend to them when the disaster occurred. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Prime members, that brings us to the end of the statement ably made by Honorable Helen Adjoa-Ntoso. Before we proceed to the second statement for the day, permit me to acknowledge the presence of our dear students visiting us in Parliament. We have students from Wemase DA Junior High School, led by Richard Adade Boatin, head teacher. They are from Ekrofum, they numbered 85. We also have students from Ningo Senior High Technical School, led by James Waterbeck, a teacher. They are from Ningo Pram Pram. They numbered 75. We also have students from Abepotia Presby, led by Ms. Rebecca Na Mele Labi, project director. They are from Kwau South. They numbered 80. Finally, we have students from Abo Senior High School, led by Reverend Dr. Seth Agbayuman, headmaster. They are from Keta constituency. They numbered 90. Honorable members, I am a proud old student from Abo Secondary School. Honorable members, I was a senior prophet in 1992-93 academic year. 92-93 academic year. Yes, the old system. And honorable members, I can proudly say that I'm the first student to become a lawyer. And I'm also the first student to become a member of Parliament. So I use the opportunity to welcome all our students to Parliament. I urge you to have a very fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Please kindly resume your seat. Honourable members, we have the second statement standing in the name of Honourable Stephen Amwa, Member of Parliament for Onshaiso, who will be making statements on entrepreneurship, as part of Ghana's basic and senior high school academic curriculum. Honorable Stephen Amwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a pleasure to have this opportunity to present a statement on another critical national issue, which is the impact of entrepreneurship on the global economic and the need to consider that as a course in both Ghana's junior high school, and senior high school academic curricula. Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurship is the ability to set up a new business venture and develop one's own business with the intention of making profit instead of relying on one's already created by another individual or corporate body. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of compelling reasons for the above proposition to be accorded the needed national and executive attention. Entrepreneurship has played a remarkable role and indeed become an integral part of the global economy. It has impacted the economy by creating jobs, stimulating economic stability, and reducing poverty in the world. The job market in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, is congested, leaving most of the youth in an undesirable employment space. The unemployment rate in Ghana has tremendously contributed to most of the antisocial behaviors in Ghana, including insecurity, robbery, drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, and sexually transmitted diseases. Mr. Speaker, the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research data indicate that only about 10% of Ghanaian graduates secure employment within a year of graduation. Besides, the statistical service indicates that graduate job hunting duration is about 5 years. What it means is that it takes about 5 years for them to even get regular jobs to do. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, according to the Ghana Education Sector Report, about 109,874 graduate from the university education system annually. What it means is that only about 10,000 of this number get employed annually, leaving about an estimated figure of 100,000 unemployed graduates. Mr. Speaker, the way to go all over the world is entrepreneurship. As private sector is the engine of global socio-economic growth. It was entrepreneurs who replaced home kerosene lamps with brighter and cleaner burning gas in the middle to late 18th. Those ones also were displaced by a better electric light system, and later came fluorescent lighting. Entrepreneurs invent a lot of new technologies, computers, the World Wide Web, the spreadsheet, and the new improved technologies. Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurship is the key to dealing with comprehensively the graduate unemployment in Ghana. A lot of our talent, out of frustration, engage in a lot of illicit socio-economic ventures and even leave the shores of Ghana in search of green pastures. These factors have affected Ghana's skilled labor and are highly dysfunctional to the performance of our republic. The unemployment situation has a degree of integration when it comes to insecurity and an unstable economy. Mr. Speaker, a developing economy such as Ghana, which has been endowed with a wide range of commercially viable raw materials, and natural resources offer an entrepreneurial opportunity for job creation. Mr. Speaker, there are, however, many setbacks to our quest to create a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem in Ghana as a substitution or supplement policy. We have a very weak entrepreneurial ecosystem as a country. The interactions among the relevant stakeholders in the entrepreneurial ecosystem lack not only the requisite structural and functional capacity, but also the effectiveness to augment the employment capacity of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of proposed solutions, including redefining our corporate focus as a country. Governments being intentional about entrepreneurship in its major policy decisions, realigning and harmonizing the key stakeholders in the ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, apart from creating jobs, boosting Ghana's economy, and diminishing government burden, entrepreneurship, if well integrated, will go a long way to answer most of our economic questions as a sovereignty. Additionally, it will play an illustrative role in Ghana's import-driven agenda and realization. Mr. Speaker, the most needed solution emphasized in this statement is the advocacy for the inclusion of entrepreneurship as a course in the junior high school academic curriculum and as elective in the senior high school academic curriculum. Mr. Speaker, permit me to repeat this extract just because it forms the integral part of my statement. The most needed solution emphasized in this statement is the advocacy for the inclusion of entrepreneurship as a core course in the junior high school academic curriculum and as elective in the senior high school academic curriculum. I am accordingly proposing that the relevant stakeholder bodies, particularly Education Ministry, take the needed steps to expedite action on the inclusion of entrepreneurship in our JHS and SHS academic curricula. This will increase the entrepreneurship appetite of our youth to start and develop their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for honoring me this great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Our members, statement ably made. It's now for members to contribute. Subject to the same agreement, we'll take 1-1 plus leadership. So I'll give the floor to Honorable Peter Nochu Kotui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa, MP for Nshiaso constituency. It is true that unemployment in Ghana is a challenge that has to be addressed by everybody. It is also true that it is important that we make our learners develop skills that will help them in the future, rather than always depending on government for employment. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as he said, entrepreneurship is the ability to set up a new business venture and develop one's own business. But where I have a small challenge is the introduction of entrepreneurship at the basic education level. Mr. Speaker, already we have so many subjects studied at the basic education level, which for some of us is even too much. What is important at the basic level is foundational learning. How do we make sure that the learner at the basic level is able to do very well, especially in reading and writing? You go to a number of public
basic schools now, the ability to read fluently is not there. And to even write is a challenge, which I know the Ministry of Education is seriously addressing. So for basic schools, we need to allow them to make sure that they lay the foundation for education of our children. Let's give them that foundational learning so that they can read and write and understand why they are in school. A few years ago, we had the Education Reform Program, where technical and vocational studies or education was introduced into our basic education system. That was when we introduced the junior high school program. And tools were supplied to our schools so that students could learn some skills at the basic level. Unfortunately, that was not followed to the letter. So what has happened is that you cannot even find those tools that were supplied to all junior high schools in those days. And the program did not go further. It was then that even some learned how to handle basic carpentry tools. And if we had continued with that, I am hopeful that it would have impacted very much on them. Because some learners at that time could even make chairs and tables whilst in the basic school. But unfortunately, that program was not followed vigorously. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our senior high schools, many of them offer business subjects. And to make it a complete core subject, that is where I have my problem. You can incorporate it in social studies as part of, because if you go to the senior high school, so many subjects are being studied there. 3 core or 4 core, and then 3 elective or 4 elective. So if we burden them with so many subjects, not that their performances are giving us a headache, we need to look at it critically so that in reviewing the curriculum as we are doing now, this can be incorporated in the social studies as a core subject so that the students can be taught entrepreneurship. Then also, when you get to tertiary level, you will realize that a number of graduates that are being produced these days are not being given any skills which they can develop. So it is important that we also draw the attention of the university authorities that they should not only produce graduates who are not self-employable, because once they leave the universities, they expect government to employ them. And that is creating a problem for the nation. So it is important that the universities, especially the technical universities, produce graduates who can be entrepreneurs in the future. So with government projects that are in the pipeline or being rolled out, it is important that universities, technical institutes also take advantage of this and make sure that they develop skills in Ghanaian learners so that they can be their own employers. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Amin Adams.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, first of all, commend the Honorable Stephen Amwa, my former Deputy Minister, for this statement. The issue of entrepreneurship is very critical for the growth of our economy and for the overall development of our country. Entrepreneurship drives economies, and Ghana's economy is no exception. SMEs are critical because they contribute about 70% to the gross domestic product of our country. And 92% of all businesses registered in Ghana are SMEs. As far as job creation is concerned, they also contribute about 80% of jobs in the country. Now, the SMEs cannot succeed if they do not have the entrepreneurial spirit as well as the skills required to innovate and to provide leadership to the small businesses. And this is why the statement is so important, trying to address this gap of lack of entrepreneurial skills at the basic level of our education. It is important because when we start giving the young ones the skills, the entrepreneurial spirit and endowment, they can grow to become successful entrepreneurs in the country. And so I support this statement because I think that starting the solution at the basic level is so critical. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, I also think that we must begin to address this issue also among the existing SMEs, because most of the SMEs are not successful because they don't have that training, they don't have that skills. Apart from capital constraints, the other key constraint is the entrepreneurial skills. And so apart from the basic schools, existing SMEs also need that support. And so I recommend that we set up SME clinics across the country, in communities, in districts, in the regions, so that SMEs can walk into these clinics to get entrepreneurial skills, to get the training, and to get the guidance where they can get capital and how they can transform their businesses so that they can become successful to continue to create jobs for our country and to continue to contribute to the gross domestic product of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, this statement really needs to be looked at seriously. The last time we passed the 24-hour economy, I wanted to see emphasis on providing entrepreneurial skills to SMEs. And I hope that the authority, once established, will give attention to the issue of providing entrepreneurial training and skills to SMEs who are the bedrock of our economy, in order for them to double their profits and then to expand their businesses and then to create jobs for the youth in particular, especially graduates that are coming out of our universities and our technical schools need that opportunity to be absorbed, to apply the training, the technical skills they've acquired in schools. But if we don't have that opportunity, that platform, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to read petitions by graduate unemployed graduates associations in our country, which really does not augur well for us. We all agree that unemployment is a security threat and all efforts must be made to address the issue of unemployment, but more so when individuals are supported to set up their own businesses, to realize the entrepreneurial ingenuity of these young ones. It will all go a long way to complement what government is doing and thereby help us address this security threat which unemployment is posing to our country. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Yes. No, it should be 1-1, then leadership. So the statement is emanating from here. There was one here. Okay, statement is emanating from here. So there was one here. There was one here. So now leadership. So minority leadership.
So, Mr. Speaker, our own, we are ceding to Honorable Samir Owuku.
Honorable Samir Owuku, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the maker of the statement and the very proposal that he has put forward. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking to solve a problem, and the problem is youth unemployment. Mr. Speaker, on the African continent today, the biggest problem facing us is unemployment. And whereas the government sector is choked, I believe that the most viable place to look at is the private sector. And the private sector cannot also function when the entrepreneurial aspect is not there. I believe that inculcating in our kids and our young learners, right from the basic education level through the senior high school, with a core in entrepreneurship and an elective in entrepreneurship, will help also develop the minds and tune them towards the problem that we seek to solve. The problem, Mr. Speaker, even the maker of the statement was charitable with some of the figures. For instance, if you are talking about almost 110,000 young people coming out of the university education system, and 10,000 of them get to secure jobs annually, you haven't even added that of the polytechnics and the other tertiary institutions. So meaning you are talking about close to 150,000 young people a year passing out of our tertiary system and looking out for jobs. The public sector cannot absorb these huge numbers that we're talking about. Again, in moving beyond even what the maker of the statement even did put across, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter even within the government sector when it comes to that of entrepreneurship. You can have somebody applying for some support, let's say at the YE. This person secures that support in the area of entrepreneurship, moves to the NEIP, secures another funding or support in the area of entrepreneurship. Because of the lack of checks and balances, you can have the same person or entity moving towards convert. Before you realize, one individual might even secure 3 different avenues or opportunities, and there's nobody even tracking it. I strongly believe that starting from the base of inculcating in our young learners that mindset, because business starts from conception. And once you have the mindset, how to develop it becomes the next step to take. And I believe that at the basic level, we can begin to fine-tune some of these ideas, and by the time that they get to the senior high school, they become much more interested in the entrepreneurship sector. Mr. Speaker, the way we even teach some of our courses in our schools, it's a major impediment in young people even loving these courses. Very few Ghanaians get to love French at the basic level because of even how it is taught and the mode that even the instruction that it comes through. Another one is that of mathematics. So if you are going to even treat entrepreneurship in our local parlance, or koton adie, the people will not even love it. They will not even participate fully in it. But when we make it a policy where you are building future captains of industry and employers right from the younger generation, I believe that it will set the tone for us to considerably reduce the issue of unemployment. And so I am fortified in my belief that starting from the basic level and fine-tuning the minds of these young learners, taking them through the mill, through the senior high school, by the time they get to the universities and the tertiary level, Mr. Speaker, you would have, right from the beginning, building the future Bill Gates, the future Elon Musk, and the big boys in the business world. On this, I support wholeheartedly the statement put forward by the maker of the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Let me also commend the maker of the statement, one of the topmost economists and financial people that we have in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to commend the maker of the statement for bringing up an important matter like this for us as legislators to ruminate over, and more importantly, profess some solutions. I do agree that entrepreneurship is a problem. Entrepreneurial skills is a problem. But I think that there's something more fundamental than just entrepreneurial skills. Indeed, many of our people are entrepreneurial in their orientation. and they do work hard to try and build businesses. They do work hard. The market women, the troubles that they go through, travel across the country, the troubles they go through to save, to go and buy off commodities from our farmers, the challenges they have hauling their commodities to the market centers, how to preserve the commodities, and all that demonstrate resilience in terms of the entrepreneurial spirit of our people. So I do not entirely agree that the problem of our people is entrepreneurship. There are young graduates of universities who have made efforts to set up businesses. But the problem is that there are fundamental bottlenecks that we at policy level and in legislating must deal with. I have said this time and time again. How will your SMEs survive when we have opened our borders wide open so that SMEs in China, SMEs in Asia, SMEs in some other parts of the world will produce at cheaper cost and come and compete with them? It is not possible. If our SME entrepreneurs have to pay the amount that they pay for energy, how are they going to compete? If they are going to pay the interest rates that they used to pay for loans, how are they going to compete? If they are going to use the inadequate transport infrastructure that we have, how are they going to thrive? So yes, entrepreneurship is a problem, but there are things more fundamental that we as a people must be addressing. I had a conversation with a steel manufacturer yesterday. He has increased the capacity of his steel manufacturing plant, and yet we allow other people to import steel as well. Now, his capacity is underutilized, working at less than 30%. And there's unemployment. It means that if we got him working at 90%, the extra 70% will also require additional hands. And all these young people who are graduating from universities will be able to also get employment. And so, as policymakers, let's begin to demand what we have always advocated, but perhaps have not put in place concrete steps to achieve them, which is that we must ensure the utilization of local goods, locally made goods. Local content must not just be a rhetoric, but that it must be a policy and practical imperative. If we have steel manufacturers in Ghana, no government contract should be executed using imported steels. No government contract. No development financed projects should be implemented using imported steels. Same with all the other commodities. If we did that and we implemented those policies, the medium, the small enterprises will at least be guaranteed a market. And once they have access to the market, they are guaranteed incomes, and then they can expand. Then you can see their entrepreneurial skills actually bearing fruits. It's not that they lack them. It's just that no matter how hard they try, the obstacles are enormous, and very few people are able to break through. And that is why you see everybody pandering to government, looking for government contracts. All those who say they are really businessmen, when you really go into what they do, everybody is struggling to get some form of government contract or the other. Because we haven't created the best environment for the private sector. So I commend the maker of the statement. Yes, there's a need for us to cultivate entrepreneurs. The training, the curriculum, starting from senior high school to tertiary education, must be oriented towards generating a generation that is entrepreneurial in their skills and orientation. But that also speaks to the manner in which education is delivered. Education is not delivered in the entrepreneurial sector. You go to some jurisdictions like in Austria. Education takes place in the enterprise. The enterprises are actually the schools, and government is simply a regulator of the entrepreneurs and how they train the next generation of entrepreneurs and engineers and scientists and etc. So even when you have a serious global, unemployment crisis, you go to a place like Austria and they don't have a problem with unemployment because almost everybody has some skills and then can work, and then they use their skills and they make their money. And the system pays according to your entrepreneurial skills and then your engineering skills. You go to a hotel in Austria and the best paid is not the manager. The best paid is not the manager. The best paid is the chef. Because it is because of his food that people come to that hotel. So he gets more paid than the manager of the hotel. He gets better paid than the cook, the accountant of the hotel. Because the real driver of the customers is the person who is delivering on what they actually want. So here you find out that people who wear coat and ties and go and sit in offices, they tend to be the most well paid. And so everybody wants to wear a coat. Everybody wants to wear a tie. Even on days when they say we should all wear smokes, they will wear coats and ties and come and sit in the chamber. And then they deliver big speeches about entrepreneurship. And then the smoke makers.
Majority leader.
The smoke makers. And
are you aware I'm wearing coat and tie?
I'm not talking about speakers. I'm not talking about speakers. Speakers are not involved. I'm not talking about speakers. Speakers are not involved. According to the best tradition of parliamentary practice, speakers are actually supposed to dress this way.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement. I think that we should take this discussion seriously. And let's begin as a house, beyond just these statements, to think practically, conduct hearings, invite all the stakeholders, and then come out with comprehensive proposals for policymakers regarding exactly what needs to be done to build entrepreneurial skills. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement for such a brilliant statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Our members, indulge me before we move to the third statement. This is an oversight. I have in the House Mr. Raphael Adam Yauli, who is the president of the Old Student Association of Abo Secondary School. We also have Agbotadua Emmanuel Adonu. He is an all-year batch rep. And honorable members, I'm to announce to you that the school marks its 60th anniversary on Saturday, 21st February 2026 at Abo Senior High School premises, and you are all invited. No, here we don't clap, we say here. Yes, we have the third statement by agreement standing in the name of Honorable Comfort Doyo Gansa. Is that not it? Yes? Yes, please speak into the microphone. Honorable Doyo Ganza, or it's not Honorable Doyo Ganza?
Mr. Speaker, I did my statement yesterday.
Very well. So the statement is standing in the name of
Grace Ayensu.
Honorable Dr. Grace Ayensu. then you have the floor. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I can't find such statements advertised under statements in the other paper.
Well, probably, I guess you came in late. Initially, when we were agreeing on the number of statements to be taken, the minority whip agreed with the majority whip that could be taken as the third statement. That is why.
What's the statement about?
She will read it and you will know what the statement is about. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we don't have copies of the statement. The statement is not on our console like other constituencies. Nobody knows anything about it, Mr. Speaker. So if we can get copies of the statement whilst she made the statement. No, but if she is going to make a statement on Fugu, she's not even properly dressed in the Fugu. Yes, look at how she's dressed.
So, majority leader, in the circumstances, what do we do?
Speaker, sufficient copies have been distributed to members. Please, can I finish? Mr. Speaker, sufficient within the standard protocols that will take two members who comment on each side, and they have sufficient copies. This side too, we have sufficient copies.
Please don't change the rule. We said a member each plus leadership.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. So sufficient copies have been distributed. I believe that we should be able to take the statement.
Speaker, yes. Speaker, respectfully, I do not know if you have cited the said statement.
Please.
And have admitted same.
Please speak for yourself. Don't
Speaker,
speak for me.
We are supposed to be guided by you. If you have cited and have admitted
well,
same.
let me provide a guidance. My guidance is that once the whips agree that this should be the third statement, I'm therefore giving the opportunity to the honorable member to read the third statement. Honorable member, you have the floor. Are you ready to read the statement or not?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this brief statement on the distinguished Fugu and its Ghanaian heritage. The iconic Ghanaian smoke, locally known as Fugu or Batakari in my local language, traces its origin to the northern savanna regions of Ghana, to the ancient Dagomba, Mamprasi, and Gonja kingdoms, emerging around the 15th century. Mr. Speaker, traditionally woven from stripes of cotton grown in the savanna soils of Temale, Yendi, Salaga, and neighboring towns, Fugu's creation was generally influenced by the northern region's climate and the availability of locally produced cotton. This attire evolved from simple tunic worn by warriors and farmers to royalty and chiefs. Mr. Speaker, although deeply rooted in northern culture and embodies ethnic identity, Fugu has over the years won the heart of the entire nation. Its tightly woven nature, interlocking motifs, and signature patterns symbolizes strength, authority, cultural pride, and unity. It is worn in colorful displays during festivals, weddings, funerals, and official gatherings. Mr. Speaker, the importance of Fugu, especially to northern Ghana, is vital and multifaceted. Economically, it sustains thousands of weavers and traders due to its high patronage to the northern region and exports to the diaspora. This single commodity fuels large markets as well as many cultural centers, tourist sites, and the like across the country. Socially, Mr. Speaker, it marks status, achieves Fugu heavy with silver amulets, talisman, and rich design commands respect. Like we all are adorned in it today, it signifies its unifying capabilities. We have seen our first president of the land and the 5 making up the Big 6 declare our independence in beautifully hand-woven smocks. As we have seen other past presidents and great leaders, regardless of tribe or political affiliation, display the beautiful attire on many occasions. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, our President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as always, re-echoed and educated the world on Ghana's rich culture as he represented us on his recent trip to Zambia in a beautiful piece. Mr. Speaker, today, amid urbanization, Fugu adapts and fits all persons and events. Fashion designers blend it with other fabrics to create customized version. Yet, it remains a pillar not only northern but Ghanaian identity, weaving past cultural differences and ethnic resilience into national visibility, harmony, and international recognition. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I am very glad that government has declared Wednesdays a National Fugu Day, encouraging all Ghanaians and friends of the motherland to dedicate every Wednesday to wearing Fugu in its various forms and design, further promoting this outstanding traditional outfit on the world stage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Honorable members, the floor is now open. Now I give the floor to Honorable Azika Dongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the maker of this important statement. Mr. Speaker, the fugu or batakari or smoke, as we have come to know, has been an age-long clothing that we use, and you can see right from the days of independence that the smoke was part of our culture even when we gained independence. But in recent years, successive governments have taken turns, particularly our presidency, to adore the cloth called the smoke. However, it appears that the effort that they made to promote the smoke did not gain prominence until recently when His Excellency visited our neighbors in the Zambia to foster the closer relationship that we have had with our brothers in Zambia. Incidentally, we all know that culturally our dressing differs from one country to the other, and no particular dress is superior to the other, except that the people who use them appreciate them the way they dress them. So it was not a surprise that our colleagues took to an exception and began to tease our president and refer to our revered clothes in very funny terms. In fact, they refer to us as a blouse. But we can forgive them because they didn't know the significance of that. As His Excellency the President indicated, that he had worn this elegant dress in most of his engagement with the United Nations, and even at the biggest world stage, the smoke was featured. Unfortunately, it was surprising to him that the people of Zambia had not noticed that he had that proverbial liking for dressing in this attire. But then our neighbor, the president of the Zambia, in an attempt to atone for the misunderstanding of his people, indicated that he was on a mission to order several cloths or smoke to the people of the Zambia. That gesture was a very interesting one, which helped to calm the social media, banter that ensued. Mr. Speaker, I see the declaration by His Excellency to refer us back to wear this cloth on Wednesdays as a means to energize the industry and provide livelihood support to the people who deal in this clothing. What is important for us is that as a government, we need to provide concrete support to the weavers and those who sew this clothing so that they can meet the emerging huge demand that we expect for the smoke in our country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage my colleagues, particularly for those of us who are from communities where this clothing is weaved, to provide the support that they need so that they can meet the market, earn some income, and boost the local economy. Mr. Speaker, this is the dawn of the Ghanaian that we have always yearned for. And that in future on Wednesday, I'll be happy to see the Honorable Speaker in the chair in this elegant dress so that the people of Ghana will see that we are responding to the call of His Excellency. But I understand that that call was made only yesterday and some of my colleagues were not prepared for this day. But I know from next week, I will see my good brother Habib dressed in the proverbial attire that he's been used for, and Nanantona will be happy to see him cladded in the proverbial smock. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for the maker of the statement. This is the beginning of good things to come for the smoke industry in Africa and in Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Anyimelu Entry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as had been said by the last speaker, some of us were not aware of this information that we've declared Wednesday to be a Fugu wearing day. Last week, I was in my normal smoke when I was about entering the chamber, and I met some of the pressmen who had said, that was Friday, that we had declared last Friday as the Fugu Friday. It was, then I asked why, because I didn't know anything. It was Friday, and normally we wear traditional wears on Friday. Then I was informed of the misinformation that had been given by the Zambians. Some saying that our president was wearing a parachute. Others also saying that he was wearing kaba. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest form of ignorance. This is not the first time that we are wearing smoke. We've taken it to functions, we've taken it on travels, and everywhere in Africa and the rest of the world, anybody that sees smoke admires it. Besides that, those of us who wear smoke, because it's made from cotton, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter the weather, whether it is hot or chilled weather, you are comfortable to wear smoke. It shouldn't take us, as Parliament, the President, to wear it for people to make derogatory remarks on them before we cherish our culture. Culture is defined as a way of people, including the clothes they wear and the food they eat. Kente cloth, Mr. Speaker, I know that several statements had been made. And I remember when our colleague from Bonyue was here, I think almost every year when they were doing the Kente Festival, she gave a statement on Kente cloth. I am a weaver myself of Kente cloth when I was a young boy. That was how we started it. This part of that. Similarly, smoke is something, Mr. Speaker, I've lost count of the number of smoke that I have, both at the constituency and in Accra here. So it's part of us. And I think that we must be certain, if we have to decide that we are taking it on Friday as a traditional way, I think it will be better. So maybe leadership should put their heads together, and if we are able to start this from Parliament, I am sure that it will transcend to the rest of Ghanaians, so that the rest of the world will cherish our way. We must cherish it ourselves, but now I think we are confused whether we have to wear it on Wednesdays or on Fridays. As a matter of fact, when I wore it on Friday, last Friday, I didn't have anything in mind that I was making a conscious effort of what we have decided on. It was a normal way that I had done on a Friday. And I think if we are able to go by that, it will help. So when they asked me, the press asked me, one of the things that I said was that, oh, I'm not wearing it because of President Mahama. But I would not sit down for anybody to make derogatory remarks against our president, even though I have never voted for him. I wouldn't allow anybody to make a derogatory statement because he had worn smoke. This is pure ignorance, and it's high time we as parliamentarians will wake up and make sure that we are proud of our culture, so that the rest of Ghana would appreciate it, and the rest of Africa and the rest of the world would appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I still emphasize, let us come together and agree on one day.
We do secret balloting. Why are you announcing to us who you vote for?
Mr. Speaker, I said I have never voted for him. We want to hear that again.
Do we need that?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm saying that where I'm standing, I belong to the New Patriotic Party.
But we engage in secret balloting.
It is obvious.
You are behaving like what happened in the primaries. People didn't vote for Baumia, but I guess they are pretending that they have voted for Baumia. For all you know, you have also voted for President Mahama, but here you are saying you have not voted for Mahama.
Mr. Speaker, that was only a reporter's speech I was making. That was a reporter's speech I made to the press.
Very well.
Not anything mischievous.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to yield to Haji Aladi.
Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, leader, for yielding your position to me. Let me first of all thank Honorable Dr. Ayensu for the statement that she made. I overheard some people earlier on saying that, oh, but she's not from the north, no. That is a very big mistake. Mr. Speaker, the fugu, as we popularly call here, or many people refer to, is an indigenous cloth, although emanating from the northern sector, as most of us know. It's a cloth that actually covers a lot of traditional areas for their own cultural purposes. Mr. Speaker, the fugu, as you have seen, these two colors I'm wearing are from my own constituency, made from my constituency. And we have different colors. Some of the colors, I overheard Mr. Honorable Deputy Minority Whip talking about how the cap should be worn. Mr. Speaker, even colors send messages. Mr. Speaker, there is a particular color which you will not find often worn everywhere, or it's not everybody that wears it. Locally, in my tradition, they call it Kwankobok, the feather of a guinea fowl, meaning that there is nothing that you can do to wash the color of a guinea fowl, no matter how much rain. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that cloth is being used by people who are spiritually, let me put that in quotes, spiritually matured, and they use it for a whole lot of juju, let me say juju or voodoo or whatever you may call it. it is a particular type of fugu. Mr. Speaker, we have the white, and the white, we have the very bright white, and we have the cream white. Many a times you see us women using the very white cloth, especially our queen mothers. They like to use the very white one for our cultural purposes. You may sew it as I have sewn and still have a cloth like what I have put over with the edges removed and properly woven for decorative purposes. And in those days, Mr. Speaker, you wear just the two. One under and then one on the chest and the small one up, as I have said. It is these days that we have gone into sewing like I have sewn. Mr. Speaker, the fugu is a cloth accepted by many tribes, many districts, many people, and it fits basically everybody. It is not for any particular tribe. And you will realize that the late President Rawlings, he had a fugu that he used to wear, and we used to say, yes, that is how the Voltarians wear theirs. So he will wear a long sleeves under and wear what we will say kwalang. In Kusal, we will say kwalang on top of it. The small one, he will wear on top of it. With the Dagombas especially, they have them in so many decorations and shades. The Gonjas have it the same way. If you watch the sewing, Mr. Speaker, many people do not understand and they cannot use the sewing to tell which fugu comes from where. The best fugu you can get is those that are sewn by hand. They are sewn by hand. Every thread is sewn by hand. These days, people sew them with sewing machines, and it's not as nice as the one that is hand sewn. Now, some people these days also sew it with a sewing machine, but still use the hand, the needle and thread to decorate. And I've seen so many of them, basically almost all those here have got that type. But there is one person here who is wearing the properly hand-sewn one with all the decoration. Honorable member for, he is wearing the locally sewn one. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Yusuf Suleimana is also wearing one that comes from the Gonja area. And because of the way I know them, I'm able to tell. But we will refer, Honorable Yusuf, if you can help us make sure that it is properly seen. And that is from his hometown. Now, I am making all these statements to collaborate with what Honorable Speaker has said about us supporting skill or entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that if we are able to support the women or the girl child right from the growing age, very early stages, some of them are actually not in school, but they go in to learn, apprentices to learn how to weave. The only thing they need from us is funding to buy the sichel, those machines they use these days, and also to buy the thread. Some of them can hire the sichel, but they do not have money to buy the thread. They need a lot of support. Our vocational schools are doing so well, but they need that support, and also they need market for it. So if we decide that we are going to wear it on a particular day, then we should also be able to ensure that we use our good offices to support our various assemblies, to at least identify some group of persons, both men and women weaving, to ensure that they produce. Then we can carry along with the Fugu Day, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It has no particular day on which you should wear. That is now for us to decide. And it will make us continue to communicate to the outside world that it is not a parachute neither is it a blouse. It's quite interesting. So, Mr. Speaker, let us continue to work hard, support our people, and portray our culture, portray what we really mean. And in fact, this takes me, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Right Honorable Speaker himself for the way he dresses to the chamber. He has refused to stick himself with, with heat, tying whatever every day. Mr. Speaker, with all respect to you, he wears his fugu or attire from the Volta region or from the Ashanti region, Volta, any part of Ghana. And you see that everybody is like, yes, this is beautiful, this is nice. So let us go that way. Let us buy the idea. Let us project our country and project ourselves. Honorable Dr. Yensu, well done. I thank you, and I wish us all the best that we will continue. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
I think statement time. The minority side, you have not spoken.
Speaker, after the maker, it's only Honorable Anyimedu who spoke. Nobody from our leadership. And Mr. Speaker,
Very well. You
Mr.
have the
Speaker,
floor.
thank you. And let me also commend the maker of the statement for this important statement. Mr. Speaker, the president call is a call in the right direction. It's a rehash of what President Kufuor did. His trade minister, then through the president, had also declared Friday during the President Kufuor era for us to wear fugu as a form of identity. Mr. Speaker, the fugu or African wear, fugu specifically, it is originated from the northern region as a traditional wear. Mr. Speaker, it symbolizes authority, symbolizes respect, and cultural identity. Mr. Speaker, we must know that there are ways and forms in which this fugu is worn, and we must be able to identify ourselves with it. For instance, the Member of Parliament for Pusiga, Honorable Ajia Ladi. I didn't say Honorable Baba again, it's withdrawn. Honorable Baba is withdrawn. Honorable Ladi. Women, this is the proper way for women to wear the fugu. You do it batakari, in a form, the way she is dressed with your diku, and then you have it on your shoulder. Just like how the Member of Parliament for Salaga South, Honorable Zuira, is dressed. That is how it is properly worn. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement must know that next time as a woman, this is the proper way for it to be dressed as a woman. As a woman. Mr. Speaker. Let me continue. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib, I'll give the floor to Majority Chief Whip. Majority Chief Whip,
Mr. Speaker,
why are you on your feet?
The content of speech of a member must, as much as possible, contain parliamentary language. Mr. Speaker, to refer to the maker of the statement, that as a woman, she ought to know that that is not how women are supposed to dress in fugu, and that the way Ajia Ladi appears is how women are supposed to properly appear in fugu. It's improper. It's improper. There's no,
yes,
please,
Honorable Habib, what do you say?
There's no formula to determine how a woman should appear in this house. Please, don't do that.
Honorable members, please what is wrong is wrong,
Mr. Speaker,
no matter where it is coming from.
Mr. Speaker,
So let's just accept and move forward.
Mr. Speaker, he's in the majority chief whip interpretation of what I said is completely out of context. Mr. Speaker, I said that traditionally what Honorable Ladi is wearing, traditionally what Honorable Ladi is wearing is how women dress in the Fugu
Honorable
attire.
Habib, you are right, but so long as you said as a woman, I mean, you know it is offensive. And once
Speaker,
it is offensive,
Mr.
you only
Speaker,
have to
I
do
am
the
guided.
needful.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. Mr. Speaker, I am guided.
Allow him to talk. Why? If you allow him to talk, how is the speaker going to hear? Keep quiet and allow him to talk.
Mr. Speaker, let me continue to make my point. I'm guided.
Let's just withdraw that and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker is withdrawn. But Mr. Speaker, I am making this statement to be able to also give out a form of education on tradition. And when I make such statements, I will definitely not make a statement to insult her in any way. And I am saying traditionally, women dress like Honorable Zuera and Honorable Ladi. That was the point I was making. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to make my point. And Mr. Speaker, wearing Fugu.
Yes, majority.
Mr. Speaker, I get the sense in the matter that the First Deputy Minority Whip wants to convey. You can say that in our tradition, but you are situating your statement in context. Say that in our tradition, because the traditions vary. They vary. If they vary, there are women from some traditions in the north, they wear the batakari with shorts. With shorts. That is their tradition. So situate it in your tradition. Then you are clear to go. But if you say traditionally, you are mixing all the traditions. They are not the same. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. And Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. And Mr. Speaker, wearing Fugu as signifying authority, respect, and cultural identity. The same thing that wearing Fugu vary from tribe to tribe. And like my good friend, Honorable Gomado, the way he is dressed, a Dagomba like me cannot dress the way he is dressed because we don't wear the same color, the same smock, and the hat. Definitely, it is allowed. Other tribes like Gonjas wear the same thing as he is dressed, but the Gombas don't wear the same color. And Mr. Speaker, and even wearing smock and the hat also signifies Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you wear the smock with the hat, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wearing smock with the hat also signifies authority. And Mr. Speaker, traditionally, if you wear the hat, if it is tilted to the left or right, it means influence, it means wealth, and it means somebody who is peaceful. If you wear the hat with it tilting to your occiput, it signifies that probably nobody will be able to defeat you. And when you wear the hat standing straight forward, it means power, authority. Traditionally, as the Gombes, it is only somebody with the status of the Yana who have reached the climax, who is the owner and overlord of the Bon, who wear the hat with it pointing straight. So, Mr. Speaker, these basics, as much as the president call is in the right direction, we should be able to know the basics and some small things that we can be able to use to signify. Mr. Speaker, I was taking time and very mindful in doing this education, because when our president wore it in Zambia, they were thinking otherwise. They were thinking he is either wearing a parachute or he's wearing something else. So that is why I think that we should be able to educate ourselves as Ghanaians, as people from the northern region who traditionally this smoke starts from. So, Mr. Speaker, without much, I'll also just commend the maker of the statement and to call on the majority chief whip that if he wants to obey the directive of the president, he must obey it properly. And when he's obeying the directives of the president that we should wear it on Wednesday, it must be complete. Majority chief whip, it must be complete. You must not wear it and then you say that it is from the voter region, whilst others from the voter region is wearing with the hat. Even speaker is wearing sometimes with the hat. The first deputy speaker, he understands the Dagbon tradition well. His good friend is the chief, the Yana chief for smokes. He's a good friend of the speaker. So when he dressed, or our first deputy speaker, you see that it is properly dressed. It brings out the tradition. It brings out Mr. Speaker, I won't be distracted without much. This is I support the maker of the statement, and I think we should obey it and always try to wear it on Wednesday. But probably after we have passed a lot of things, then we will be able to appreciate that this signifies and bring us out as Northerners. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, it is good to wear made in Ghana clothes, fugu for that matter. Honourable members, there is no single traditional way of wearing fugu. Honourable members, some can wear the fugu batakari with 2 inner, 3 inner. Some will just wear without the inner. Honourable members, some believe that with the hat, if you turn it to your left, it means you are not married, you are available. And some also believe that when you turn it to the right, it means you are married, you are not available. So these things do not have a single meaning or a way of wearing the smoke. And it is not automatic that once you are in smoke, you have to wear the hat. It depends upon the way you want to dress. On this note, I want to thank the maker of the statement that every Wednesday we must do well to be in the fugu. All members, it is true. If an ewe or a is dressing in cloth, he will have to wear a shirt we call jumper. But when the Ashantis are wearing cloth, they don't wear the jumper. So there is no single traditional way of wearing the cloth. It varies from one place to another. And if you can watch, if Right Honorable Speaker want to dress in cloth in a way, you will see him wearing jumper before the cloth. When he wants to go Ashanti way, you will realize that he won't wear jumper, he will just wear the cloth. So it varies from one area to the other. I thank the maker of the statement, and we must make it a habit that every Wednesday we all appear in our smoke in order to promote Made in Ghana wear. Thank you very much. All members, statement time is ended. We then move to item numbered 7, question time. The first question is standing in the name of Honorable Yao Gomado, Member of Parliament for Akan constituency, who ask the road minister to take the designated seat, whilst the honorable member get on his feet to pose the question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work will commence on the following areas in the KJB district, since the Federal Road Department completed the survey and mapping years ago. Dodi Papasi to Dodo Pepesu, Dodo Abamfrom to Dapa Junction, Asatu to Wawasu, Koton Kwanta to Titiaka, and Koton Kwanta to Sabram. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the above named roads are all in the KJB district of the OT region. The above roads are feeder roads, all engineered in gravel surface, in poor surface condition. Mr. Speaker, there are no programs on this road currently. Engineering studies and other works have been carried out, and interventions will be carried out when funds become available.
As Gakpe, that is he aware towards their program, I've given them 100,000.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further question for the Minister. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
I have no further question for the Minister. Thank you.
Members, this is a constituency-specific question. We move to question number 453, also standing in the name of Honorable Yao Gomado, Member of Parliament for Akan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be fixed: Dodo to Ologobi via Okakrom Koru, Akwasokoji Township, KJB Road. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the above mentioned roads are all in the KJB district of the OT region. Currently, there are no programs scheduled on these roads. However, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies and cost estimates will be carried out on these roads to determine the appropriate interventions, and works will begin when funds become available, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Member, this is also constituency specific. We move to question numbers 380, standing in the name of Maxwell Kwame Lukuto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rather will rely on Order 92 to withdraw this question. This question was asked far back in June last year, and between now and then, a lot of water has passed under the bridge. And so I would rather congratulate
all members. Question accordingly withdrawn. We move to question number 381, also standing in the name of Maxwell Kwame Lukuto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still rely on Order 92 to withdraw same question because a lot of work has been done on the road already.
Question withdrawn. We move to question number 476, standing in the name of Kwabena Boati, Member of Parliament for Ejisu. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways about the current state of the Ejoso Onwe Esienimpon Kwaso Road in the Ejoso constituency, and when work will resume to complete the road? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the current program on this road is as follows. The Ejisu Onwe Esien Pong Kwaso Road was awarded under contract titled Strengthening of Ejisu Kuntinansi Bekwai Road, 22 kilometers, and improvement of critical access roads, 5.89 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 29th of October 2024 for completion by the 28th of October 2026. The overall progress of works is estimated at 11% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site, and works have stalled due to delayed payment due to the contractor. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to know that the financial progress on this project is 25.9%.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, there will be none except to reiterate the plight of the people. Mr. Speaker, presently, cars are not plying the road anymore. Passengers are stranded. Pregnant women are unable to, Mr. Speaker, use the road. And the agony of the people is unimaginable.
Honourable, your point is well noted. We move to question number 512.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Standing in the name of Honourable Shirley Che, Member of Parliament for Ekwima Mobiaja South. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways. The current highways, when the construction of the following abandoned roads will be resumed and completed. The roads are Macro Agogo Road, Agogo Chedia Road, and Supreme Savior Canaan Road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Macro Agogo Chedia Road, this road is in the Macro Agogo Chedia Road is a 5.2 kilometer unengineered road connecting Macro Agogo and Chedia communities in the Ekwima Nubiaja municipality. It starts from Abuakwa Nkawie Road and ends on the Chedia Trabom Road. The Supreme Savior Canaan Road is also a 5.5 kilometer bypass route to Abuakwa from Supreme Savior JHS near Ya Asantewa Girls SHS in Kumasi. The route traverses mostly residential properties and schools with 2 streams crossing points. Current program. There is currently no program for the following roads under Department of Urban Roads. That is Macro Agogo Chedia Road and then Supreme Savior Canaan Road. Engineering studies and cost estimate have been carried out on the roads for consideration upon availability of funds.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, in your response, you said that there are no programs ongoing currently on the Macro Agogo Chedia Road. However, in the 2024 Auditor General's report, paragraph 1913 lists rehabilitation of macro area roads as one of the abandoned projects, with this particular one projected and was expected to be completed by 5th May 2020. And it's been abandoned due to delay in the payment of IPCs. How does the ministry reconcile this Auditor General's report with the current response you gave me?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague quoted sections of the 2024 Auditor General's report. I'm answering the question in 2026, and I'm saying that currently there are no programs currently ongoing on that section of road. Perhaps the contracts have been terminated and we need to repackage this for a new approach. That is why I said there's currently no program on this. So both the 2024 Auditor General's report and my response are not the same.
Any further question?
Yes. Okay,
Please
so
do.
the report recommended that all abandoned projects should be completed before new ones are awarded. So if mine is part of that abandoned project, can you please let me know if you are repackaging for a re-award? And if so, how soon do you intend to do it?
Yes, Minister.
Yes, you are right, Your Honourable colleague. The directive principles of state policy suggest that as far as possible, new government should continue and complete projects they inherited. And indeed, President Mohammed's government has adhered to this part of the constitution more than any government. Unlike 2017, as I say, when government decided to have a policy to suspend almost all road projects, claiming they were doing auditing, in 2025, President Mohammed never asked us to suspend any project. And indeed, all contractors have been encouraged to continue working. And as I said here, and I continue to say, in 2025 alone, President Mohammed's government has paid contracts he inherited, contractors, almost 10 billion Ghana cedi. Almost all these contracts were awarded before he came. So he's the only president in our recent history that is adhering to this portion of the constitution. Indeed, the roads in your constituency adhere to you, and I agree. And as long as we continue to raise the necessary revenues, yours will also be completed in due course. Thank you very much, Your Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, please, can I have timelines, please?
Minister, last supplementary.
Yes. The timelines will be when Parliament allocates enough resources to cover the cost of completing all roads in the country. That will be done.
All members, let's move to question number 517, also standing in the name of Shirley Che, Member of Parliament for Echimam Obiaja South. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the following abandoned roads will be resumed and completed: the Brosanko Junction to Brosanko Road, Ekriapim Junction to Ekriapim Road. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned roads report is as follows. Bosankro Junction to Bosankro Road. This road is in the Echima Nobiajak municipality of the Ashanti region. Currently, there are no programs on this road. The second one, Ekriapim Junction to Ekriapim Road, is also in the same district. There are no programs on this road. Engineering design studies have been carried out on this road for consideration upon availability of funds.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes. Minister, you said there are designs for the road. Can you please give me when a schedule will begin and costing be done for the road to be started, please?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What I said was engineering design studies have been carried out on the road for consideration upon availability of funds. What it means is that we've carried out the engineering design. It means we can generate the cost when funds become available for us to carry out the work. So currently we can actually tell you how much it will cost to do the project, but the reason we are not starting yet is because we don't have a budget line for it.
Yes. Any further supplementary?
Minister, do you have any emergency maintenance interventions to address the poor surface conditions these roads are in?
Yes, Minister. But this should have been a full question, not a supplementary question. But I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we carry out annual maintenance programs across our networks under all the agencies. We are currently going through that process. I'm not sure about the particular intervention on the road you are talking about, but we are currently carrying out maintenance work on the most deplorable sections of the network. I can speak to you specifically on that. I don't have the answer here, but I can speak to you after this session on what we are doing in terms of maintenance of those roads.
Members, let's move to question number 515. Standing in the name of Charles Forson, Member of Parliament for Tema Central. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor for the Community 9 Light Industrial Area Road Network will return to site. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, current program on the road mentioned by my colleague is as follows. The Community 9 Light Industrial Area Road Network has been awarded for rehabilitation under the contract Rehabilitation of Community 9 Industrial Area Roads. The contract commenced on the 28th of July 2018 for completion by 27th of July 2020, which has since elapsed. Physical progress of the work is 21.81%. The contractor is not on site due to delayed payment. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
any further question?
Yes, please. The minister is part of Tema Central. He's a good person, and I wish to know if there is any timeline so that because 90% of the work is already been done, it's left with less than 10%, I think. Thank you.
Minister, the question is you are part of the Tema Central. As to whether that is a question, is it 90% of the road? The only thing that I can call you to answer is whether there is a timeline.
Mr. Speaker, my answer is very simple, that the project started in 2018 for completion in 2020. Mr. Speaker, this project should have been completed in 2020. The fact that it's not been completed by now and the work's done is just 21%. As far as I'm concerned, it means the contractor is incapable of carrying out this work. So this qualified to be one of the projects we will terminate and get a more qualified, a more competent contractor to do. So I'll work with my colleague to see what we can do to improve that road.
Any further question?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister.
Honourable members, I think we have escaped one question standing in the name of Shirley Che, Member of Parliament for Echima Mobiaja. That is question numbered 517. I will therefore give the floor to her to ask that question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the following roads will resume: the Yoso Amanchia Road, the Nkaria Incline Road, Fasi Road, the Intabani Junction to Intabani Road, please.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the current program on the Yoso Amachia Road is as follows. This road was awarded under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Yoso Masia So, 19.5 kilometers, and Critical Access Road, 5 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 28th of June 2024 for completion by 29th of June 2026. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete outstanding works. And then, Mr. Speaker, on the Nkawie, the second one, Nkawie, Kuma, Nkra, Fiaso Road, was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Nkawie, Kuma, Nkran, Fuasi, Feeder Road, 17 kilometers. The contract commenced on the 10th of December 2020 for completion by 9th of June 2022 and was later revised to 5th of November 2023. The overall progress of works is estimated at 10%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done and unpaid for. Efforts are being made to get a contractor to site to complete the outstanding work. With regard to Ntabanu Junction, the Ntabanu Feeder Road, this was also awarded. It's a 12-kilometer road awarded on the 23rd of December 2024 for completion on the 10th of August 2026. Due to a force majeure, the contractor was unable to mobilize to site as expected. The contractor is currently mobilizing to site for after warning letters were issued.
Yes, Honourable Member, you may ask supplementary question.
Thank you, Minister. You cited delays in payment as the reason for delay. For the Nkran, Yoso Amanchia Road and Nkran Fuasi Road, you cited delay in payment for the work done for the reason the contractor has abandoned site. I would like to know when the last payment was made and how much remains outstanding.
Yes, Minister, if you have the detail.
Mr. Speaker, the contract sum is 29 million Ghana cedi for the Nkawie Nkran Fuasi Road. Works certified is just 2.6 million. Mr. Speaker, it tells me if a project is 29 million and you work only 2 million, and now because 2 million was not paid and you stop work, it presupposes that contractor does not have capacity to work, because that is too small an amount to spend on a project and stop work. You haven't even done much of the work. So, Mr. Speaker, I can give you the details of the contractor. It's called Measures Nata Construction Limited. And then the second one is also Measures Kofi Job. And this particular one, the contract sum is 307,888,461 Ghana cedis and 46 pesos. This one, the work physical progress is just 6%, and there's no record of a certificate being raised for this job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
What steps is the ministry taking to ensure that these contractors actually stick to their contractual obligations and go back to site, please?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we regularly do periodic update of the project portfolios of the various contractors, and whenever they are falling behind schedule, we draw their attention. If they fail to hit to verbal warnings, we write to them officially. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that majority of road contractors suspended work prior to 2024 election, more than 90%, simply because they raised certificates in excess of 40 billion Ghana cedi and they were not being paid. That is why I said that it is a very good reason for President Mahama to have tried to pay almost 10 billion out of that 40 billion, which has never happened before. Hopefully, they should encourage other contractors who are yet to be paid to go back to site and continue to work whilst we find resources to pay the rest. So it's unfortunate that indeed contractors risk, take loans and do projects and are compelled to be servicing loans and cannot tell when their certificates are going to be paid. It is a very difficult one for them. So, but despite this, Mr. Speaker, many contractors still risk and continue to be on site, at least to make the terrible sections motorable for the public, and we appreciate those contractors, and we would continue to work to make sure that we pay the bills we owe them so that they can complete these projects for the benefit of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Minister, have the ministry considered terminating and re-awarding these contracts if the contractor fails to remobilize?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I always terminate projects based on the provisions in the contract to avoid judgment debt. So there are steps we needed to take to be able to make sure that you are acting lawfully within every contract. So whenever we exhaust all those provisions in the contract, the obvious thing is to terminate. But I cannot unilaterally terminate a contract if it's obviously an affront to the provisions of the specific contract.
Honourable members, this is a consensus-specific question, and question time is ended. I use the opportunity to thank the Minister for appearing before the House.
Honourable Minister,
And
Honourable Speaker, please.
You have exhausted your supplementary questions. Please, I am counting. You have asked 3 supplementary questions, and question time is ended. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House and responding to your questions. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we want to take the business listed under item number 13, Speaker. But before that, I want to pray you to lay 2 reports of a committee on constitutional and legal affairs. That's item number 8C, Roman numerals III, Mr. Speaker. That's
Honourable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers, item, yes.
Speaker, we are not opposed to the laying of those papers, but except to remind my good friend that we have businesses scheduled on the order paper that have been on the order paper for a very long time. I'm just bringing it to your notice. For instance, item 9, it's been on the order paper for a very long time. Item 13, the House Committee report. Item 12, and you are the chair of this committee. Members are interested in, no, yes, but you see, it's been lying on the order paper for a very long time. Roxanne, so I don't know what you say to that. Because if we are not ready to take this business, I'm not a litigant, you know it. Because my concern is, if we are not, Speaker, can you
in this case, he is not even applying to vary the order of business. He's going in a chronological order. So wait, when it gets to that item and is varying the business, then you have a cause to complain. We move from 5 to 6, from 6 to 7, 7 we are now at 8.
So we got to take a cue.
Very well. Our members has indicated that commencement of public business presentation of papers. Item numbered 8A.
Speaker,
Yes.
may I seek your leave to pray that the vice chairman of the committee lays these papers, because the chairman is unavoidably absent, Mr. Speaker.
The item numbered 8A is standing in the name of the Minister of State in charge of government communications.
Speaker, so, Speaker, we pray that the Minister for Roads and Highways do this on behalf of the Minister in charge of government communications, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my brother is not opposed at all, Mr. Speaker.
I am not opposed, but I'll ask you some questions. When you set me up against the road minister, you don't want my road to be done.
Yes,
but I will ignore you.
Honorable, as a member of parliament, there is a procedure to follow in asking a member a question.
Exactly, Speaker. He must do that.
The question must first be admitted.
Where is the Minister for Government Communication? Where is he? He's a member of parliament. Where is he? And in mounting your application, you should be telling the Speaker where the minister is. The road minister, we don't have any problem with him. Don't turn me against the road minister. Tell us where the minister is.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated that there was an emergency cabinet meeting today. They have just done, but of course, you are asking for further and better particulars. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to provide that. They won't let me.
Honorable Ahmed, what you are doing is not done. When you get up, you need to catch the eye of the speaker before you begin to talk.
Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, the government is preparing a major response to the cocoa issues. And so an emergency cabinet meeting was started. The Minister of Finance will be briefing the nation shortly. So some communication will have to be prepared in that regard. And so the Minister in charge of government communication is, as a result of that, not here. No, you are asking for better particulars. I'm providing. So, Speaker, with your leave, we pray that the Minister for Roads and Highways will do this on his behalf.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, thank you. We are not opposed to the application, save that we have to make it very clear to the Chief Whip. These are very solid cabinet ministers sitting in this chamber. Yes. They have never taken parliamentary tasks for granted. Yes. Ever present, ever faithful, ever supportive. Yes. You are always borrowing ministers to come and take some lay papers on behalf of other ministers. Are they not cabinet ministers? And then you are even coming to talk about cocoa. When we know that the chief executive takes a new chair covered by plastic to go into the cocoa farm. Is that the way he's intending to resolve the cocoa issues? Speaker, we are minded. We are very much minded. We are not opposed.
Yes, Minister for Roads and Highways.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Right to Information Commission for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8B by the Chairman of the Committee.
Speaker, item number 8B is not ready. So I pray that we go to item number 8C, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Item numbered 8C by the Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Interstate Succession Bill 2025. Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Governance Advisory Council Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the items numbered 8C, I and II at page 4 of today's order paper has been duly presented, and they are for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker,
Yes. Majority.
may
Yes.
I pray that we invite the business and take the business listed under item number 13. Mr. Speaker, I so pray.
Yes.
Speaker, this is the right time for me.
Yes,
to draw
this
his
is the
attention.
right time. I agree with you.
Speaker, I thank you for your guidance.
Yes.
So, Chief Whip, not to belabor the point, we just exhausted or executed business under item 8. Reasonably, we should be proceeding to item 9, then 10, and so on and so forth. You are jumping all the way to 13. Now, 9 is a very important business. As you all do know, Parliament has spent a lot of resources on this project. You and I know the report is ready. The Collins-Dowda committee report is ready. Why are you leaving it out? Then when you proceed to 13, your committee, the committee is chaired by you, ably assisted by my humble self. We are done. The report is ready. Why are you not taking this business and jumping all the way to 13? Of course, we are going to do 13, consideration of the legal education reform bill. Why are you leaving 9?
Yes,
10,
majority. Chief Whip.
Speaker, in respect of the business listed 9, there's some consultation to be had before we take the report. So the chairman of that committee gave me the indication that we could do this on Friday, the Honorable Collins-Dowda. Then, in respect of my own committee's report, we have indicated that we'll take this on Friday as well. Tomorrow next. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the reasons why the items number 9 and 12 will be taken on Friday. Speaker, in respect of 10 and 11, my indications are that those reports are not ready. As soon as they are ready, Mr. Speaker, we'll lay them and then we can take them, Mr. Speaker. But that will be done, Mr. Speaker, but items number 10, so 9 and 12 will be taken on Friday. 10 and 11, as soon as the reports are done, I'm sure it will be before the close of the week. We'll take them.
Speaker, my friend, I know him very well.
Yes.
I know him very well. In fact, past 20 years, many people do not know. I've known him at the university. He sat by me a while ago. He just thought on his feet. I know him very well. Because as your vice chairman, in respect of item 12, and you are telling me you are going to take the item on Friday, you sat by me a while ago and you didn't tell me. What have I done wrong to you? Speaker, can you imagine as a vice chairman, I am not aware the business will be taken on Friday.
I advise you as the whips to settle it out of the chamber.
Yes, Speaker, but I need to tell him in the face.
You resolve it out of the
treating me
chamber.
well.
Item number 13.
Yes, Speaker, but what about 9? 9. I'm a member of the committee.
Yes, he indicated clearly.
Yes, he said
that
consultation, but
there must
we are
be
not
some
aware.
consultations. And honorable members, let's bear in mind that establishment of pension scheme for members of parliament goes beyond just moving a motion. This is the first time ever we are going to establish a pension scheme for members of parliament. This has been non-existent. They sent people to countries who are adopting it. They came back with their reports, and actually, because of what is involved in the establishment of this particular pension scheme, deep consultation must be carried out.
I will yield to him. But the item 13, I don't know if, I know there was a meeting on Win-O-Win. I couldn't attend.
Yes, so if you come to the item, I think I have some explanation to give to members.
Okay, all right.
Yes, item number 13 Legal Education Reform Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Our members, whilst item 13, Legal Education Reform Bill 2025 is at consideration stage, I will want to bring it to the fore that I refer this particular bill to the winnowing committee, having regard to the numerous amendments that were filed by the committee as well as the members of the House. And I urge members of the House to join the winnowing committee to fine-tune the bill and report to the House. Honourable members, they did justice to the amendment, caused all to be integrated into the bill, and this is the refined bill that we have, that if the House indulge, we will have to consider at the consideration stage in order to truncate making those amendments that the committee has worked on one after the other. So this is the bill that will have to be distributed to members so that if you have any amendment, you just oppose the amendment within what the winnowing committee has worked on so that we can make a quick progress with the bill. So if a member is not having a copy, please, I want to take 10 minutes adjournment to enable the copy of the refined bill to be distributed to members so that we come back and then we can do the consideration of the bill. Yes?
Speaker, that is most in order.
Most grateful. The House is suspended for 10 minutes. So clerk at table distributes copies to members.
Individual and community, tribal interpretation. So if you want to
resume your seats and welcome back from suspension. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, the consideration stage of a bill is very important. Two concerns were raised during the suspension. The first one is some members do not have the refined bill. The second concern is that they just got the refined bill. So it will be proper for us to discontinue the consideration of the bill today so that we can do so tomorrow to enable members to take a critical look at the work of the winnowing committee so that those who do not have a copy would also take a copy and then we can do justice to the bill tomorrow. Members, are you agreeable to this? Yes, so such being the case, we temporarily suspend the consideration of the bill. So, Marshal, come and do justice and then let's take other businesses, if any. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes,
Speaker. We haven't done 5 hours. And so, Speaker, I move that in the absence of any further business, the House be adjourned till tomorrow 2 p.m. so that we can come back and do business. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. Available Leader. Are you calling yourself leader in absence of Avenue?
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to act for on behalf of leadership. Yes. So this is less than 24-hour exercise of leadership, and I don't take it for granted. So without what, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I second the motion.
Yes. Honourable members, though the motion for adjournment has been seconded, you are still going to work 24 hours in the sense that the bill is a bit voluminous and the committee, winnowing committee, has done a very good work. Please use the rest of the period within the 24 hours. You read through the bill, you make your notes so that we can have smooth consideration of the bill. Those who do not have copy should wait. The clerk at table will make copies available for you. More copies will be made available for you so that we all use the work of the winnowing committee to facilitate the consideration of the bill. Honourable members, motion for adjournment moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I will proceed to put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion for adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, I will put the question again. As many as are in favor of the adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, the 12th day of February, 2026, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we'll skip item 2 and we'll take item 3. I have a message from His Excellency the President. And the message reads, it's dated 30th January 2026, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel outside the country on 1st February 2026 to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, to participate in the World Governance Summit 2026. Following this engagement, I will proceed to Lusaka, Zambia, for a state visit from 4th to 6th February 2026. I am expected to return to Ghana on the evening of 6th February 2026. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall perform my functions in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to acknowledge the presence of some visitors, and these are students from 2 schools. The first, we have 123 students from Amanfopong Presby Basic. They hail from the Asikuma Adobing Brakwa constituency. I don't know whether they've changed the name. I only see Asikuma Adobing, but we used to refer it as AOB. Is it still the same, or it's been changed? Yes, please. It's still AOB. But the B is, yes, I know they have visited there, I campaigned there before. Odobing, yes. Brakwa. It's still the same. You now represent them? Okay. Now, they are led by the head teacher of the school in the person of Richard Anobil, 123 in number. And I'm sure, I don't know whether there's a spillover, but to my left at the public gallery, you can see the young men and women there, led by their tutors. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament and encourage them to keep on coming. I hope they will learn something today from this house. So please, you are welcome, and kindly resume your seats. We have also 40 students from the K2 North constituency, and the school is Joje Penny Senior High School, Joje. They are led by the form master in the person of Oliver Amedume. They are, as I said, 40 in number, straight ahead of me at the public gallery. On behalf of the House, I also warmly welcome you to Parliament. I wish you all the best. Please try and learn something before you leave. With this, we'll proceed to the next item. Please kindly resume your seat. And that is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honorable members, we'll start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 3rd February 2026. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 6, yes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, with respect, may I bring a minor observation to your kind attention for correction. Speaker, item 4.8, that's 4.8. The Minister for Roads and Highways, as always, was present here yesterday, but has been captured under the column for absent. I pray dearly that the clerk at table take note and correct accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clerk at table, please kindly take note of that. So we go to page 7. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7, item 30, I was present yesterday, but my name is captured absent.
Please, table office, kindly take note. Page 8. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, item number 7. The second line, or if I may even have to read the whole paragraph. The Right Honorable Speaker welcomed honorable members to the first meeting of the session and expressed profound gratitude to God for guiding the House through the first session. Honorable Speaker, if you read the sentence, you can see that the session could have preceded with the second, that is the second session. In context, it may not be suicidal, but for purposes of accuracy, it would be proper that we bring in the second session. The second session. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Page 6, item 20.
Okay, let me direct the table office to take note of the issue that has been raised by the Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua. Yes, we will now take yours.
Page 6, item 20. I've been marked absent, but I was here yesterday. So if they can be corrected, I'll be grateful.
You said page 6, item
20.
Page 6 has no item 20.
It does, page 6. And the absent.
That's item 4.
Yes, item 4, yes.
Yes, but you say item 20.
Yes, item 4.
Item 4, number 20.
Yes, please.
Yes. Table office, kindly take note of that. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The same page 6, item 1515. I was here, but I'm surprised to see that I've been marked absent.
That is item 4, number 15.
Number 15, yes, please.
Yes, not item 15.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Please.
Thanks.
Table office, kindly take note. We go back to page 9. Page 9. Page 10. Page 10. Page 11. Page 11. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the first sitting dated Tuesday, 3rd February 2026, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, we take item 6, because I don't have a copy of the official reports. So we take item 6, statements. First Deputy Speaker, have you admitted any statement?
Right Honorable Speaker, yes, and it is indicated on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker, item number 6.
There's none with me. I don't have a copy. I don't have the copy of the statement. We have 2 then.
That is so.
Okay. Yes. Please, honorable members, statements are usually handled by the First Deputy Speaker. So refer them to him usually for his consideration. So he admits them, and my expectation is that he will always be handling them. But once I'm on the chair, I'll start before he takes over from me. We have 2 statements, one standing in the name of the Honorable Member for Ablekumanov, Honorable Erua Bina Obin, and the other, the honorable member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Dr. Kingsley Ajiman. I think both are dealing with ceremonial speeches. There are ceremonial statements, one on the occasion of the World Cancer Day and the other on the occasion of the 61st anniversary of the passing of Dr. Joseph Kwame Chichi Boache Dankwa. There's a third one which has just been handed over to me, but I don't see that it's been admitted. So we'll leave that one. And so first we'll take the statement by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ablekumanov, Honorable Ewabina Oben, on the occasion of the 2026 World Cancer Day. Please, Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, you have a consulas that we should try and apply ourselves to the rules. Speaker, Order 963(8) requires of the clerk to make copies of these admitted statements to members. Yes, Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, if you permit me, the clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statements. It's on the console. I see. Okay, Speaker, I'm guided. I've been told that the copies are electronic copies are on the console.
There are some of the challenges of transition. So please kindly always consult your counsel and see whether it's there or not. Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Today, I rise on behalf of the people of Ablekumanov and in solidarity with millions across Ghana and the world to mark World Cancer Day 2026, observed under the global theme, United by Unique, a theme that reminds us that behind every statistic is a human being, a family, and a community whose lives are profoundly affected by cancer. Right, Honorable Speaker, cancer is no longer a distant or rare disease in Ghana. It is a growing public health challenge that cuts across age, gender, income level, and geography. According to available data from our health authorities and cancer registries, Ghana records over 24,000 new cancer cases annually, with breast, cervical, prostate, liver, and colorectal cancers being the most prevalent. Sadly, many of these cases are diagnosed at advanced stages when treatment options are limited, costly, and less effective. In Ablekumanov, as in many other constituencies, we are witnessing an increasing number of families grappling with the emotional and financial burden of cancer. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reality is that cancer does not only threaten lives, it impoverishes households, disrupts livelihoods, and places enormous pressure on our already stretched health system. Honorable members, one of the most worrying aspects of cancer burden in Ghana is late detection. Many of our citizens still lack access to regular screening services, and where such services exist, affordability remains a major barrier. Cultural beliefs, religious beliefs, fear, misinformation, and stigma further discourage early health-seeking behavior. Right Honorable Speaker, despite these challenges, Ghana has made commendable strides in recent years. The Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service have expanded cancer screening programs, particularly for breast and cervical cancer at regional and selected district hospitals. The establishment of oncology centers at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, Tamale Teaching Hospital, and other facilities have improved specialist care. Additionally, public education campaigns through the media and community outreach have increased awareness about cancer prevention and early detection. However, Mr. Speaker, awareness alone is not enough. The greatest obstacle remains financing cancer care. Treatment costs for chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery, and supportive care are far beyond the means of the average Ghanaian. The National Health Insurance Scheme, though helpful, does not comprehensively cover many cancer-related services and medicines. Consequently, cancer has become in many cases a death sentence for the poor. It is in this context that I wish to commend His Excellency, our President John Dramani Mahama and the Government of Ghana for the establishment of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as the Mahama Cares. Right Honorable Speaker, this initiative represents a bold and compassionate policy intervention aimed at providing financial support for Ghanaians suffering from chronic and life-threatening diseases, particularly cancer. Mahama Cares offers hope to thousands of vulnerable citizens who would otherwise be denied access to life-saving treatment due to financial constraints. It embodies the principle that access to quality health care is not a privilege for the wealthy, but a fundamental right of every Ghanaian. Honorable members, as a House, we must fully support this fund through adequate resourcing, strong oversight, and transparent management to ensure that it reaches those who need it most. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond treatment, we must invest more in prevention and early detection. Evidence shows that up to 40% of cancers can be prevented through lifestyle changes, such as healthy diets, physical activity, reduced alcohol consumption, avoidance of tobacco, and vaccination against infections like hepatitis B and human papillomavirus. We must therefore strengthen health education in our schools, workplaces, churches, mosques, and communities. Mr. Speaker, we must also decentralize cancer services. It is unacceptable that patients from regions like Upper West, Upper East, and parts of Greater Accra travel long distances to access radiotherapy and specialized oncology care. This creates delays, increases costs, and discourages treatment adherence. Ghana needs more regional cancer centers, trained oncologists, nurses, and diagnostic facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, on this World Cancer Day, I call on this august House to treat cancer as a national development issue, not just a health problem. A healthy population is the foundation of productivity, economic growth, and social stability. Investing in cancer care is therefore an investment in Ghana's future. In conclusion, let us commit ourselves to a Ghana where no citizen dies simply because they are poor, where early screening is accessible in every district, where cancer patients are supported with dignity, and where initiatives like Mahama Cares are strengthened to become a lasting pillar of our health system. Right Honorable Speaker, the fight against cancer requires unity from government, parliament, civil society, the private sector, health professionals, the media, and citizens alike. Together, let us ensure that the message of World Cancer Day 2026 is not just symbolic, but transformative for the people of Ghana. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. It's now for comments from members. Let me start with Professor Benyo. I'm told you are the chair of the Kolobi board. Okay, so that's the reason why you're having the first bite. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And let me thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ablekuma North for making such an important statement to bring to the fore of this House the burden of cancers and the challenges patients and families are struggling with cancers daily in this country. Mr. Speaker, cancer is largely a non-communicable disease, even though a few cancers have infectious precursors, like cervical cancer that is more than 98% caused by the human papilloma virus and therefore can be prevented by the vaccination. Similarly, cancer of the liver is largely caused by hepatitis B and C, which also lifestyle changes can lead to prevention or significant reduction in the burden. And so, in the management of cancer, early detection is key. And I want to support the honorable member's call that we create awareness and let people screen early and make the screening services accessible. It is instructive to note, Mr. Speaker, that while some cancer care is actually covered by the health insurance, the screening that would actually reduce the cost of people when they eventually have cancer, a lot of the time is not covered. So we don't screen, but when you are diagnosed, then your care, which is more expensive than the screening, is then covered. So the screening is key to the prevention. I would also want to commend government for one bold intervention that is set to reduce the burden of cancers in the next 4 to 5 years. That is the vaccination of young ladies with the human papilloma virus vaccine. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancers. And with the nationwide rollout of this vaccination last year, it is set to reverse the trend of the prevalence of cervical cancer. The second one, Mr. Speaker, as you mentioned, today at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, we received a donation from the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, commonly called Mahama Cares, of about 298,000 Ghana cedis to provide care for 4 patients with cancers. And these were cancers of the cervix, a cancer of the brain, cancer of the blood system, what we call a lymphoma, and another tumor of the brain. For these patients and their families, this is life-changing. They are just not another statistic. They are families that otherwise would have been condemned to death. The diagnosis would have meant that they have no chance of survival. But now there is hope for them. To date, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund has supported Kolebu with close to 1 million Ghana cedis to care for both cancers and heart conditions. Today, they visited a patient who had a deep-seated brain tumor that was successfully treated because of Ghana Medical Trust Fund. And so we want to commend the President for such a huge intervention. I would want to say that there is hope for patients living with cancer because of this intervention. But do not wait to be diagnosed late, because if the diagnosis comes late, no matter how hard medical experts try, we are not able to control it. So early detection remains key, and that is where the window of intervention is still possible. So I commend you once again for this statement and hope that this House would help the government in passing policies and laws that will ensure equitable access to screening services for cancers and treatment across the country. it should not be possible that based on where you are located, diagnosis of a particular cancer to you means a death sentence. That is not acceptable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Professor, your constituency is still the same.
It's quite so.
The good people of Kwadaso.
Yes, it's not changed.
Oh, I've seen that the ranking member of the health committee was on his feet. Am I right, Doctor?
Yes. He's my senior.
Then
my very good friend.
you should have the bite first.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to associate myself to make up this statement. And I would want to say that primarily the theme for Ghana's celebration is community action and closing the gap. I look forward that the Mahama Care Trust or the Ghana Medical Trust would allocate resources properly. And when they do so, it's going to be in the area of enhancing specialist care and setting up of specialist centers. This is the only one good thing I said on the committee that stands to benefit us, apart from the triplication, duplication of the trust. If indeed the trust stands out for what it wants to achieve, colleagues in this country, where it finances entirely specialist services and also establishing of subspecialty centers, then indeed is the only good thing that can be associated with this Ghana Medical Care Trust. We stand to see if indeed that is the objective. And very well, there will be hope for Ghanaians if they stick and they are very disciplined and they stay focused on achieving centers with specialty and centers with subspecialty care. Mr. Speaker, cancer as it is a bit of a family predisposition and a bit of lifestyle, to say. So for family predisposition, well, it's unfortunate, but we look at the behavior where Ghanaians would encourage themselves for self-examination and also for frequent self-examination and also for screening services. Indeed, the package, the NHI package in 2024 approved of health promotion and prevention. So if they are going to roll it from 2025 forward, then we should be having answers when they come with their formula. Mr. Speaker, they are coming with a formula probably this month, and your committee would ask them that when they included promotion and prevention in the benefit package, what has come out of it. We will report to you entirely what Ghanaians want to hear, because your committee stands by you and they will do the right thing to assure Ghanaians that whatever program they have, the feedback is going well. So, Mr. Speaker, my association with this statement is just to say that the people of this country, we in Parliament, are aware of the fact that apart from family predisposition, lifestyle, the alcohol, the smoking, and Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to a point that you may launch an initiative that all will be as ambassadors, just to drum home for Ghanaians to know that two things that can reduce the burden of cancer: drinking and smoking. This, and also fruit, healthy eating, fruit and co, and exercise, reducing needless weight gain. This is something that we can all associate ourselves with. And I'm sure that when you rise or charge us to the call, the good people of this country will know that we are here not to only formulate policies or look at allocation of resources, but when it comes to prevention and promotion, the people of, we in Parliament will stand by any initiative to create that awareness. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this statement. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Ladi Hajia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, ever since my coming into Parliament from 2013, Year in, year out, we continuously make statements, we contribute, and we talk all the good things about cancers. All the various types of cancers, we discuss them. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest problems that we have is walking the talk. The walking is so minimal as compared to the talking. Mr. Speaker, prevention is better than cure. It's an old adage which is very, very important. But yet, our preventive methods are very minimal and very slow because it goes with a lot of education. It is very important that education is given not only in communities, for instance, where health personnel visit, but even in the schools. Mr. Speaker, we have just had these preventive vaccines that have been started. How far has this gone? How many schools have been visited? How many girls have been vaccinated? Is it continuing? How fast is it going? Because as and when the disease comes, nobody knows. And yet we continue staggering. It is very important for us to do it continuous, vigorous, and give it all the seriousness that it deserves. While we ensure that decentralization is taken up very fast. We have just heard about monies that have been given for the Mahama Care. And I believe that this is a national anthem that we on this side had when we were going round campaigning. Once the money has come, Mr. Speaker, disbursement to the various districts is very key. We shouldn't keep the monies in Accra and wait for someone in Pusiga to travel to Tamale to go and do screening. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier on by the chairperson, my colleague, screening is key. Screening is very important. But my colleague women in the villages, where are they going to get the monies from to go and do the screening? Before even we talk about treatment, we need to ensure that screening is undertaken in all our districts, and if possible, the chiefs' compounds in the various villages that we have dotted around. And data should be properly acquired to ensure that whatever treatment is being given or support is being given, the data will inform where and what. Mr. Speaker, as we continue making these statements, if we do not act and do not ensure that the action is immediate and to the needed places, everything will continue to be in either Accra or just the regional capitals or the regional hospitals. And the woman whom we are worried about and talking, especially when it comes to cervical cancer, does not even know about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead that all of us in this chamber, we should take it upon ourselves to make sure that the message continues to go round that prevention is better than cure, and it's better that every woman gets tested or scanned, and that education for us to continue the work with the schools is done fast and quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Yes, the lady, is that Zuera?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Your one and only daughter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I have more daughters, so you are not the only one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ablekuma North. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with the Honorable Member for the thought and depth of the statement that she's presented to this House today. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's World Cancer Day is United by Unique. A look and deep interpretation of the theme tells us that cancer and what it presents manifests differently in different individuals and different personalities. And therefore, there is no one standard care for any case of cancer. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that our health institutions, our health professionals must be adequately armed and skilled to provide customized cancer treatment to different people who have cancer and which cancer manifests differently. Mr. Speaker, growing up, we heard about cancer, but oftentimes we heard about breast cancer, we heard about cervical cancer. We didn't hear a lot about prostate cancer. We didn't hear a lot about leukemia. We didn't hear so much about the different types of the hepatitis cancers, the A, the B, and the C. Suddenly, Mr. Speaker, these cancers have become an everyday thing for everybody. Cancer today is become like the malaria and fever that we know. And in that direction, Mr. Speaker, we will want to commend and laud the initiative of His Excellency the President by establishing the Ghana Care, which goes outside the NHIA prescriptions to provide support and assistance to people who have cancers, diabetes, and other such diseases. Mr. Speaker, in this country, it is very hard to speak about cancer and speak about it confidently. Whereas in other jurisdictions, the post box, as we call it, the letter box, is a lifesaver of people of those various jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, I say this because if you go to the United Kingdom, for example, the data your GP or health directly holds all the data about you. They know when you are due for your next cancer screening. After 40, the health institutions, the health providers makes it their business to remind you, even if you've forgotten, that you are due for your next screening at this time. That letter will appear in your letterbox with the famous NHIS inscription on it. Mr. Speaker, we've heard Professor Titus tell us that in as much as the Mahama Care, that's the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, will support the treatment of cancer patients. We don't have the facilities to offer screening to enable detection. And this statement tells us that early detection, actually leads to better treatment. Mr. Speaker, it is time that we need to begin to look at this end of dealing with the cancer issue, the screening process. We need to invest in acquiring the data. We need to invest in systems and processes that will ensure that all of us get screened when we have to be screened in order to curtail the devastating effects of cancer. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 food items in this country. I'm not a scientist. I don't know whether my colleague scientists here will help. But I have identified, for example, tomatoes. Tomatoes, which is an ingredient, a constant commodity that we use in a lot of the meals that we prepare at home. These days, Mr. Speaker, you go to the market, you buy tomatoes, you get home, you cut the tomato, it's ripe outside and it's green inside. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what is causing this. We don't know what the effect is on our health in consuming tomato that is ripe at the outside but green in the inside. This is the tomatoes we have on our markets today. Mangoes. You buy mangoes, they look ripe, beautiful on the store. You take it home, wash, cut, and the mango is ripe in the inside and rotten, and the outside is still unripe. Mr. Speaker, we all grew up plucking mangoes around our neighborhoods and eating. We never experienced this. We don't know what is happening. The mango is so sour, you can't bite it. Mr. Speaker, another fruit that has become difficult to eat in this country, pineapples. The pineapples we eat in this country are so sour. You don't know what is causing it. We don't know what our regulatory bodies are doing, whether it's the FDA or the Standard Board. We don't know. All we see is food on the market. We are purchasing and eating. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what the direct correlation is between what we eat and the sudden proliferation of cancer in our system. I think we need to take a step back and look properly at what we eat. Our authorities must be up and doing and protect all of us from unwholesome food. Our tomatoes is not good. Growing up, our parents tossed tomatoes for us in the morning at breakfast. Today, if you toss the breakfast, nobody will eat it because it's sour. No one eats it. We eat mangoes and pineapples when we travel abroad because that's when you get the best. In your own country, the mango that is produced in Ghana and is produced in a pineapple that is produced in Ghana, you can't bite it. So, Mr. Speaker, in adding my voice to the statement, I will urge our authorities to, in as much as treatment is the way to go once disease strikes, we should also focus on prevention. And there's a lot that we can do to prevent the cancer that we are all struggling with. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, my colleague, Honorable Irabna, for this brilliant statement. Thank you.
Yes, Prof.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make few comments on this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome you back to the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotive subject, and I have a personal experience to that. Anytime cancer
is mentioned, and I find myself in very difficult situation. Speaker, I remember in the year 2013, I lost my second child to cancer, leukemia, and this girl was born in Germany, Munich, and I was wondering what might have caused or killed her or caused the cancer. So I decided to relocate to Canada because I used to have a staying permit. So I traveled to Canada. The next morning, watching TV, then I saw that leukemia is #1 killer of children. And I said to myself that I'm running away from this particular disease, but that disease is prevalent in this country. So why should I live there? Then I decided to come back to my country. Mr. Speaker, I have some very close family members who have died through cancer. And now we are talking about Mahama Care. In as much as I wouldn't want to say anything untoward about Mahama Care, for me, the issue has to do with how do we find a lasting solution to this particular disease? Because the devastation is huge. The effects on families in terms of their psyche, in terms of their well-being, in terms of their resources. This is what we should be looking for. Our environment. Is it the issue about our environment? What is actually causing the disease? Well, Speaker, when cancer hits you, I don't know, unless divine intervention, I don't know how you can come out of cancerous conditions. So we need to find a workable solution beyond treatment and beyond setting some of these programs. I heard a previous speaker, Prof. Bayo, talking about 1 million cedis in the Mahama Care. 1 million cedis is a paltry figure. And my point is that if you want to deal with this and deal with it well, so that those of us who have had disastrous experiences with this canker should be comforted, is that we need something that goes beyond 1 million. We need to get others to come on board. We need the private sector. We need people to, entrepreneurs, other persons, to help. Mr. Speaker, the cost burden cannot be borne by an individual alone. So it is a very important topic. All of us are at risk. Our families are at risk. Our children especially. So let us do more with this. It shouldn't be about praising Mahama Care. It should be more about finding some resources, creating some form of huge fund, not in the 1 millions, but billions of cities, because you need to do serious research, extensive one, to be able to get to the bottom, and I'm sure one day we'll get there. If we put rhetoric aside and we become more intentional, I'm sure that we can deal a deadly blow to cancer. When you go to the hospital to see a doctor and your labs show that you have cancer, and I'm sure you start writing or preparing your will, because the possibility of survival is minimal unless God intervenes. So all of us,
sure,
Speaker.
Honorable Prof, I'm sure your reference was just general, not to me.
No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Were you talking to me?
No, Mr. Speaker, no.
Yes, make it general, because when you say, Mr. Speaker, if you
Mr. Speaker.
I don't write my will like that. I don't fear death. So,
Mr. Speaker.
Not me.
Mr. Speaker, God willing, you go beyond 100. God willing.
Oh no, only 100. Only 100.
Because your expertise is needed by us and next generations. You are not going now by the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, I thought you would say amen. So in fact, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm deliberate on this is that 3 nuclear family of mine, my child, my daughter, her sister, the mother, all died through cancer, not a particular cancer. So it hits me. And I'm thinking, I remember at the Lagos hospital, the doctor was burdened to tell me that if you even take her to India, she will not survive. That's what I was told. But can we do something extraordinary so that others wouldn't suffer the suffering some of us went through? So make out the statement, MP for Abelkumanov, we thank you for this. But I'm hoping that the next time we are making this statement, at least more progress will have been made, more monies will have been found, not only for the Mama Care, but other donors supporting for us to have a pool of resources to help us to deal with this once and for all. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and may you live long. I'm done.
Honorable members, since we have other statements, I know this is a very important subject matter. But we even last year agreed to contribute to support the, I think it was last year, the Breast Society of Ghana because of this issue of breast cancer. So, leaders, do we move on or we take more? Yes, please.
Speaker, I would have loved to contribute, subject to some sort of agreement with my majority leader. Maybe 1-1 and then leadership 1-1. Because we can see there.
So I take one from each side,
yes,
then leadership.
That's so, Mr.
Which
Speaker.
means 2.
That's so, Mr. Speaker.
If that's the case.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Amin, right?
Yes. Thank you. I'm your son, actually. So.
Some years ago. These days, I don't know whether you are still my son.
Prodigal son, Mr. Speaker.
You got a new father, so I don't know.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. It's a very important statement, Mr. Speaker, which must strike the attention of this country. Particularly, I'm interested in the economic impact of cancers. And the impact is quite huge. Productivity loss, also, Mr. Speaker, the direct cost to individuals who will have to spend on screening and treatment, transportation cost. But also important, Mr. Speaker, is the cost to the nation as a result of early mortality from cancers. And so, if we have to give attention to cancers, we will help in revitalizing our economy from the shocks associated with cancers. I do appreciate the support provided by the National Health Trust to Kwalebu for the treatment of cancers. But 1 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, is nowhere near what is substantially required to address the issue of cancers. And so we need to commit more resources to the issue of cancers. Globally, it is estimated that the economic impact of cancers between 2020 to 2050 globally amounts to $25 trillion US. I'm not sure we have data on the economic impact in Ghana yet. But it is important that we gather that data. This is important because if we don't have that data, we will not be able to plan how to address issues related to cancers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a call to the government to give it more attention, to get state institutions, to get us the data. Data is sketchy, and we need that data to be able to plan on resource allocation towards addressing cancers. Mr. Speaker, I do recall that since 2011, Ghana implemented the National Strategy for Cancer Control, and this was updated between 2021 and 2025. Therefore, last year, the implementation of the strategy would have ended. We do not know if there is an updated plan from 2026 going on. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will want to recommend that we call the Minister for Health to this House to brief this House on the implementation of that national strategy for the control of cancers, and also to inform us what the next plans are. If we are jettisoning the plan which is supposed to have concluded by last year, do we have a new one that is replacing that? If we don't have a new one, when are we going to have a new one? So that we can get the direction on how we address issues relating to cancers. Mr. Speaker, this is important because I hear many people talk about screening. What resources are we making available to support screening? If we are to leave it to individuals, we will have serious problems. Issues relating to promotion. This is an issue the government should take on upon itself. Private individuals, private organizations, and NGOs can do their best, but government needs to rally the resources, marshal all the energy at our disposal to support the promotional side of this canker. Promotion is so important because if we don't create awareness, people may be carrying cancers without even knowing. And this is why screening, early detection, and treatment are important, that we cannot avoid any of this within the treatment of cancer. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is my call, that the Minister for Health comes to this House to brief us on the implementation of the national strategy and when the next strategy will kick off. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Well, I'll give it to the doctor. Yes, even though I have bias for honorable ladies, this one, I think the doctor has won the day. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleague, for ceding the opportunity for me. I know the Speaker likes women to be given more privileges.
Please, what word did you use?
I say prefer. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to at least contribute a little to the statement made by my colleague regarding the Day of Cancer with the team United by Unique. I think a lot has been said, but some few observations that needs to be brought to light, that is regards to screening and prevention. In medicine, it is said that much of our problems can be solved through prevention, and that primary health care can take care of 70% of our health needs and reduce morbidity and mortalities. If you actually listen to what colleagues have said here, and the little experience I've had with my mother when she developed cancer in 2020, and the struggle I had to go through to get her from Tamale to Kumasi, to get treatment provided to her. I tend to sympathize with anybody who has a family member with cancer, who is from a deprived area, a deprived community, and a deprived family. That is why I think that government needs to invest more in primary health care, where prevention and early diagnosis can be done, and treatment provided very early to minimize the cost and the burden on families. For example, the entire northern sector, the 5 regions, have evidence that we only have 1 mammography for breast cancer. Very bad. It means that if you don't go to Tamale Teaching Hospital from the 5 northern regions, you can be diagnosed of a breast cancer through a mammography. Very poor. This means that a lot of women who have developed breast cancers may even end up at an advanced stage before they are sent to Kumasi or sent to Accra here for treatment. So my call is that we invest very well in primary health care and also in making early diagnosis, and where possible, give vaccinations for prevention. For example, PSA, how much is PSA to diagnose a prostate cancer, a possibility of somebody to develop prostate cancer? It's a peanut. It's not up to 200 Ghana cedis. But we still see men developing what we call prostate cancer. When it can be diagnosed very early and treatment given to them so early that with some tablets or even just a removal of the testes, and no prostate cancer will take place and the person will not have any problem. Pap smear, how much is a pap smear that we cannot provide in all our village hospitals, every district hospital, to diagnose cancers, cervical cancers in women? So primary health care is something we have to look into it very seriously. Hepatitis B and C, how much is it to test for somebody for hepatitis B and C? Can't it be part of the national program that every year, every single person in Ghana should test for hepatitis B and C and vaccinated? So those who are vaccinated, the next year, they don't have to do the test again. This would also reduce the prevalence of cancer or liver cancers in people. But as the saying goes, every journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. At least the Mahama Care has come in to start doing something. And I would like to appreciate His Excellency, the President, for this bold initiative to start something to treat people with chronic non-transmissible diseases and people with high burden diseases that require a lot of financial resources. But I'll call on government to invest more in primary health care. The chip compounds we are developing now, 2 chip compounds for every district every year, for the next 3 years, will give us thousands of chip compounds where pap smear can easily be done, where PSA can easily be tested on a rapid diagnostic kit to know whether somebody will be developing prostate cancer or developing a cervical cancer. And also every district hospital can be given a mammography to make sure we scan all our women every 3 years to see whether they are developing something in the breast. So to me, I think we should hail the Mahama Care. We shouldn't condemn it, but we should rather ask them to innovate it, to buy more resources to the lower hospitals to do early diagnosis, to minimize the cost of treatment, and to minimize the economic burden on families that need to treat their patients with advanced stages of cancer. To this end, I will say, Mr. Speaker, thank you for permitting me to contribute a little to this statement.
Yes, now leaders. Honorable Jerry.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and I stand to contribute to the statement made by the MP for Ablekuma North. Right Honorable Speaker, I have averted my mind to a few issues, one of which is that even with this statement, we have had some few political twists to it. Instead of people concentrating on the gravamen of the issues, you would realize that respectfully, almost every speaker on this side found reason to link it to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and we'll go on to talk about propagating the Mahama care. But right, Honorable Speaker, what we have also fallen short of is to remind ourselves that the Ghana Medical Trust Fund is taking its source of funding from the National Health Insurance Fund, which was initiated by the President John Ajekun Kufuor. Right, Honorable Speaker, to start with this and to continue, you would also understand that when you go to Kolebu, one of the biggest health facilities that is used in treating cancer is the Urology and Nephrology Center, which was constructed and commissioned by His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you come to Ghana, there are major issues we have to deal with when it has to do with cancer. The statistics are startling.